Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to...
Okay, how do I get to Kara from Stone Ornard?
You just fly there. It's southwest.
Okay.
Fly southwest until you see a really big, dead-looking valley with a tower in the middle of it. That's actually not true. It's not in the middle of it, but still. So, before we go any further, I want to remind people, especially those of you on the VOD, if assuming anyone's actually watching these VODs, that the LGA nominations are still open and will be for probably about another week. So you can still nominate games and or categories for those. I'll be doing a polishing pass on that next week sometime, and then we'll open it up for voting to actually decide who gets what, when, where, and how.
That was really easy to get to.
Yeah. It's because you're a mage. This is what we call mage privilege. So.
I had to bring a mage.
That's true. And for historical reasons, we'll talk about it in a second. So, we're going to go cover Kara, but as we're on our way there, there's something else we have to discuss. And that is giving even more negatives to the game.
Nom nom nom.
Delicious negatives.
By the way, I don't like the just turkey sticks, so if you like the just turkey, you can have them.
I actually don't either.
Okay.
So I don't get those ones.
Well, I might be stealing some of yours.
Okay, I can accept that. I do have another bag of them. Because I buy them in bulk whenever I buy them. So we're doing this review a little bit weirder than usual. And I do apologize to anybody that I have confused on this matter, because some people think that I'm reviewing this game as it was back in vanilla, which is obviously extremely untrue.
Functionally impossible.
Yeah, even classic, as we've said before, is not vanilla. But what I was doing is, as we were going through raids, I was giving you a bit of historical context of how these were.
Wait. Lore.
Yes.
We forgot about the time machine. We need to take your computer and us back in time.
Oh, God, I didn't even think about that. That's a great idea. All right, everyone, we're going to go into the past. I will record some footage in the past.
Bitching the whole way.
The whole way, because it's going to suck. Because it's vanilla.
And the internet's going to be bad.
Oh, God. Yeah, you know what the real problem with WoW Vanilla was? The internet. That's barely a joke. I didn't even have cable when I first played WoW. I had dial-up. So, we're obviously not covering WoW from the old perspective. We're covering from the modern perspective. But you may or may not have noticed I've been talking out, here's how this boss works. Here's how this trash works. Here's how this dungeon works. And then killing them effortlessly on a level 80. For those of you who play FF14, we're functionally doing all this stuff unsynced, unrestricted, right? Now, that's for the sake of time and ease of just reviewing, because I know these fights, so I have the availability of being able to shortcut these while still talking out, this is how these fights are, this is how these fights review. But if we wanted to, for the majority of these fights and interactions, we could actually go back and do it at level. That is possible, right? So we could have the live experience, and you could see it as is.
It's not, because we were level 70 doing some of this shit. And it's not tuned for level 70 anymore.
No, but it is still possible to do the content at level. Which is relevant, because I'm getting to another point.
I know. I just like interrupting.
She does like interrupting. It's very true. The final thing, though, and this is the point I'm actually reaching, is there is an exception to that, and that is effectively every raid in the game. This is a huge flaw in WoW's construction. Yes, I thank you, somebody, for actually noticing that fight. I'm very pleased that somebody somewhere actually observed that. And noticed. Hello. Can I help you? I don't think I can help her. There's no help to be had.
No, there's not. Where's the...
They're in the box next to the computer. It's unopened. You might have to deal with that again. Yep, I also have nerd ropes. Your daughter is the cause of those. She said you liked those, so I got some.
I do.
And then she didn't like them, so I couldn't share them with her. I actually do like them, but I'm not gonna eat all of those, you know me. So you are welcome to some. That's a good question. See, she's got turkey and she's got nerds. So like the raid we're about to showcase here, Karazhan.
I had muted myself so that they wouldn't hear me twice.
Oh, okay. we can't do Karazhan at level. Not even like, what do you know?
I was gonna come unmute myself.
Oh my god. So like,
and also, the range at which my headphones work is right there.
almost, almost. Please don't die. Please don't die. Do you need water? I've got water right here.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, right here. I step up on the step and then I can hear
Oh
you.
my god. Oh my god. Anyways, so we have no ability. Like, we can argue the finaglings and the specifics and all that fun stuff. That's all debatable. But one thing is not debatable. We cannot reasonably experience Karazhan, the raid we're about to showcase, at level. Or Molten Core, or Mount Hyjal, or Serpentine Caverns, or even Amir Drasil, which was the most recent raid in the previous expansion.
You know where my husband is?
No, I haven't seen him today. So
His car isn't here.
well, he's probably not here, based on context clues. So
No shit, Sherlock.
now, obviously, I do still want to review this content. It is a fairly chunky amount of content in the game. Raids are obviously a major aspect of WoW. And I happen to know all these fights, and the fights I don't know, well, that's what the dungeon... Sorry. That's what the... No, there's the dungeon journal. I was right. That's what the dungeon journal is for, because the dungeon journal is awesome. We'll talk about that in a minute. But we can't do these legit. It's not reasonable to do these legit. So obviously that's a negative. The question I posit to everyone is, how do we divide up those negatives? Now, I'm of two minds on this matter. I've actually already mentioned this to my sister. We can either give a negative based on quality of raids that are being skipped, or quantity of raids that are being skipped, or, ostensibly, we could also do both. But one way or another, this game deserves negatives per expansion for every raid in that expansion that you cannot go back and properly experience, because that is functionally lost content. So, to use a specific example, and for those of you paying attention to the document may have noticed that Karazhan, Gruul's Lair, Magtheridon's Lair, the Battle for Mount Hyjal, Serpentine Caverns, the Eye of the Black Temple, and Sunwell are all lost content. I've already decided what category we're going to put this under. That's core mechanics. Why? Because there's an absence of core mechanics, and because that's what we put FF14's synced mode under. Because FF14 allows you to experience older raids. Once again, you could argue that that's not legitimately how Crystal Tower is supposed to be, but you can still do Crystal Tower, right? It is possible to just queue up for Crystal Tower and go do it. And yeah, no, this is a terrible feature of WoW.
It is possible to queue up for the raids.
It is, and then you could go solo it in an LFR version. Yeah, no, this... I talk a lot of game about how WoW just crushes FF14 on the gameplay axis. This is one way in which FF14 absolutely destroys WoW on the gameplay axis. The synced mode and the roulette system are things WoW needs to poach. I am just gobsmacked that this is something they haven't fixed in all these years. Like, some of you may know that for the current, the anniversary thing, you can go hit up BRD. And oh, that's cool, except it's a brand new raid. It's a brand new raid that they effectively invented for the anniversary. It's actually a pretty good raid, by the way. But still, it's not going back and doing the actual existing content. The existing content is gone. Oh, by the way, I mentioned you can do old dungeons. I should also mention you have to jump through some hoops to do that. So, it's possible, it's reasonable, but it's not actually feasible because there's actually another layer of irritation there. Now, these might get solved someday, so keeping all these categorized will be nice in case they ever actually fix this problem. That's why we're going to put it under core mechanics. Keep everything nice and organized. But for the love of God, fix your crap. Anyways, so the only thing I have to ask is not if this is negative, but only how many negatives do we give per expansion. Because, again, there's a lot of raids, and some of them are very good. Now, for example, oh no, we can't do Molten Core. Oh no. But from a preservation perspective, it is still worthy of note that we can't go do Molten Core. Like, if you want to experience Molten Core, it sucks to be you, because you can't. Not really. If you want to go experience TAC, or Rack, or hell, even Zogorod, which is actually gone, you can't. It's not possible. Not really. Anyways, something to chew on. But for the moment, I think there's something I need to mention. So you see these tooltips? These tooltips are better than FF14s in every way. Okay, got that out there. I do actually mean that. But what's probably going to happen is I'll probably give WoW multiple tooltip positives, and then I'll give F14 a single tooltip positive. Because apparently I did actually miss that. I don't know. I haven't done that audit yet. I haven't had time. You may have noticed I've actually done a lot of typing up of the document to get everything caught up. Speaking of which, this is a terrible song to be listening to. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of Karazhan.
You're in, Kara?
No, I'm just outside of it, but I'm going to go to, like, Elwyn up here. Elwyn has good music. No, it does not, Valerian. Yeah, sure. Now, that tooltip probably doesn't look particularly interesting. That's because it doesn't make any sense unless you see how dynamic that tooltip is, which, for the record, I'm not actually joking. I do think WoW's tooltips are objectively superior to FF14's. The reason why is because the easiest way to explain this is to be irritated. Hang on. Give me a second. I didn't expect to have to actually... in my mind, this is a done deal. I don't really feel there's any point to be made here, but give me a second. Save some images here. Yes. Yes. We're hitting the stream breaks to make a point that doesn't need to be made. No, it's a valid thing. I shouldn't just presume. Come on. Okay, so hang on. So we're going to do a side-by-side because this is going to be valuable in explaining why I like WoW's tooltips so much, because there is like a specific reason why. I mean, I do think they're good tooltips in general. That's unrelated. Okay. So this is Immolation Aura on one of my Death Demon Hunters, and this is Immolation Aura on my other Demon Hunter. I actually have 3, or whatever. Now, even a glance will tell you the difference between these things. But the importance here is to note that these are both Demon Hunters, and both of them have the same ability. And you can notice almost everything about these two tooltips is different. So the recharge time is different, based on cooldown. And then it says, engulf yourself in flames, instantly causing completely different amount of fire damage to enemies within different range, and radiating different damage over different number of seconds, and also generates a different amount of fury over a different amount of seconds, and the other one also has more than one charge. In other words, those are functionally two very different tooltips. What's the reason why that's so significant? Because that is still the same ability. The reason I like WoW tooltips so much is they take into account things that would change the ability. So it takes into account your gear, your spec, your level, and your talents.
And the buffs that you have when other people cast them on you.
That's actually true. My sister is correct. So if you're buffed at the moment, that will actually go up based on whatever it does for your specific class and abilities. So in other words, this is what I mean when I say dynamic toolbars, or not toolbars, tooltips. Tooltips. They actually change on the fly to adjust to whatever it is right now. And again, using the exact same ability on 2 separate Demon Hunters is a perfect way to explain that type of thing. That's awesome, and I love that. But that is what they look like. This is what tooltips look like. And there's my own Immolation Aura right down there. You can see it's actually the one on the left, I think. Yep, that's the one on the left. There's a couple of color coding things I like this needs to get.
Have you shown them the gear comparison version?
What, this? No, actually, I haven't.
The shift mouse over gear. Because that's also a really nice feature.
That is true.
And is also dynamic.
Thank you, Offshore Twitch account, very, very much. As always.
You just said off-road.
Offshore Twitch account. And that's going towards Sonic, and Sonic. I don't know what the blocks are called. I'll write that up later. I'll figure it out. Anyways, now, Blade Travel's argument is, well, WoW is dumb, and therefore it doesn't actually need that level of complexity to its tooltips. And that's valid. But I kind of don't care if that makes any sense, because WoW has a dynamic system under the hood. And so having a system to convey that information to the player is a good thing. It is something that is worthy of additional positives. And I can say this definitively because I have covered games that don't. We actually have a specific category for this. It's called Info in-Game. And the ability to actually see what something changes and how and why and how and where is something that's generally, at least in my opinion, considered to be a good thing. Now, I know Blade Duval hates this game with a fiery passion. I don't blame him. But I want to defend myself very briefly, just super briefly. Then we'll talk about other stuff. So I've given quite a few positives to the incredibly good interface of this game. It is one of the most fluid and smooth and well-designed games I've ever seen, ever. And I want to stress that I am not being hyperbolic when I say that. I cannot think off the top of my head of a game that plays this smoothly. And the reasons why is because of the modding and because of the HUD and the mini-map and the quest tracker and the map design and the inventory customization and the search features and the HUD for the spell bars and the ability to change, the ability to use macros. Scroll down a little bit here. The ability to change around and move around your HUD, to customize it however you want to. The ability to have tons of options to change how you play the game. The accessibility options, actually pulled back on that a little bit, but still very good at accessibility options. The ability to respec on the fly. Everything about this talent window. Just everything about that. That was about 5 positives, I want to say. The info in game, already mentioned that. That's already covered. The group finder and the ability to customize your chat. All of those features make this game tremendously fun to play. One of the most common bits of feedback I get about WoW, and I've gotten this as recently as this morning, is how shocking... I'm sorry, Blade Duval, I'm not trying... Okay, whatever. As how shockingly fun this game is for people to play, especially for people who are not familiar with a game that has this level of quality of life. To me, that is absolutely many, many, many positive worthy. And to me, that is the kind of thing that should be noted, not only in the review, but just for general information. This is an extremely customizable game that is extremely user-friendly and extremely accessible. And that's noteworthy. Because, like I said back in the preamble yesterday, if you pick this game up, there's a pretty good chance that you could rejigger it into a manner that will make it fun and interesting and smooth for you, and whatever your specific needs or desires or preferences are to play. And I value that a lot. This is more or less the exact opposite of something like FF14. That's actually not quite true. But like a lot of other games, especially more Japanese-tending games, tend to be of the mindset of, we've made the game such and such, and therefore you are going to play it such and such. Whereas WoW is much more leaning towards the play the game however the hell you want to kind of mentality. And yeah, it's actually interesting because Primarch last night mentioned a negative, which actually I'm going to jot down. In fact, I have jotted down that negative. Excuse me, I already did it. Of the billions of trillions of options of this game, there's no option to change how this font looks in the quest log. Either make it bigger for accessibility, or to make it like a different font or whatever to enjoy and read it. Which is weird. In a game with dozens upon dozens of options and accessibility features, that's a weird absence. However, because this is WoW, there was an add-on to fix that. And while that doesn't necessarily affect the review, obviously, it is interesting to note from a player perspective. Now, let's go ahead and cover a few other boring things. Now, let's go back. I don't know why I left Elwyn first. Let's go back to Elwyn. Let's go to Duskwood. We like Duskwood, right? Well, like gloom. Going into the gloom land. Yes, yes. Yes, there we go. The gloom. All right, so... Yeah, exactly, Maverick. It's like, that's such a weird oversight, you know? Although, actually, I had a thought literally just now. Hang on. I doubt it, but like... No, okay. There's a text-to-speech, but that's not really what I want. All right, whatever. All right, so, the Adventurer's Guide. That's not this. That's this. Or this. Or this. Maybe it is this. That's the Traveler's Log. Here we go. All right, no, this is it. Okay, so this is the Adventurer's Guide. Wait, you actually like add-ons with her? Holy crap! Sorry. Scroll this up a little bit so I can see my own notes here. There we go. So, yeah, let me just start by saying players need to be more aware of the fact that, especially new players... Oh, sorry. I didn't know. There we go. Thank you. More new, especially brand new players, need to be aware of the fact that this exists. This is suggested content. What shows up here depends on your class, depends on what particular level you are. And it also, in several cases, depends on where you're at in the game. It's just kind of a, hey, here's some stuff you can do. You can also scroll through this to get all kinds of other stuff you can do. And if you scroll all the way to the end, you find a bag of coins. And get 10 coins. It's understandable that someone might be able to slip a single coin into your journal, but an entire bag of coins? How would someone be gifting you so much money? And if they have access to your adventure guide, what else do they have access to? Oh, God! But yeah, no,
Sorry.
so... It was you! I knew it!
Sorry.
But yeah, no, like...
That sneeze caught me off guard. I couldn't mute myself.
You're fine, you're fine. So, like, this covers, like, time walking, as was just pointed out, and the anniversary, both of which are live right now. And it'll say, like, here's the PvP thing, there's the heritage armor, there's the brawl, which is up, there's a quest chain where I'm actually technically in the middle of, there's another quest chain I'm in the middle of. Like, there's all kinds of things here, and it's all relevant to where you are now. This is a great feature for new and returning players to be able to see what is available to do and what kind of things you can go engage in. And again, this is the kind of feature that WoW needs to plug more, needs to market more. So that's good. This is functionally a form of guidance, is what we're going to call this. So let's put this under guidance. Suggested content. Then we've got the Traveler's Log. I'm not going to review this because by definition this is an event. However, I just want to showcase what this is briefly. So every month, let me go ahead and say that I'm actually overall in favor of the Traveler's Log. Every month there's stuff you can do, and this is all the stuff you can do. Some of it's fairly basic stuff, some of it's do specific things, some of it's essentially achievements, some of it's time limited, some of it's just play the game, right? Like some of the stuff is just, you're just going to get this by playing the game that month. If you do, you get points. You can't see it right now because I finished this month. Those points give you Traveler's Coins, and if you fill out the month, then you get a special reward from that month. Traveler's Coins can then be spent on cosmetics, and it's all cosmetics. Purely cosmetic stuff. What this boils down to is go do stuff and get currency to buy cosmetics. And those rotate. I've heard a lot of people dislike this system, and there's two big reasons why. One, FOMO. But two, because now they actually sell Traveler's Coins on for real money. First of all, don't buy into the FOMO, and second of all, don't buy those with real money, because both of those are total nonsense. They cycle stuff around fairly frequently, and there's no reason to spend money on this at all. Don't do that. This, at its fundamental core, is go play the game and get some bonus transmog for it. And I like that. That core system is something I'm 100% in favor of. And yeah, stuff does rotate. There's actually... Hang on. Let me get on someone who's at Orgrimmar. Don't worry, I've still got it, but thank you, Magister. Yeah, hang on. I'll show you. Just give me a second. I wasn't prepared. I was not prepared. It's okay. We'll get music other than the doom and gloom, too. That'll be great. Hang on. Who's an org? Nether's an org. Boom.
Nether could be an org even if Nether wasn't an org.
That's true. Nether's a mage. Mages are awesome. No, that's fine. I understand completely, Bladeful.
I'm gonna go start murdering stuff in Kara.
No, wait for me. Bosses. Trash. No, for real, don't. Do me a favor and don't. I will skip ahead in my notes if it'll make you feel better. But for real, don't, because I want to show off stuff. I'll adjust Bladeful's thing in a second because I'm so much stuff to cover. Let's go over here. Let me just show you this thing real quick, because this isn't part of the review. This is more like an informative for anybody who's curious how this system works. So there's one of these in Stormwind, and there's one of these in Orgrimmar. Whoa there. There's actually also one in Dornogal, which is the current capital city. You go talk to these, the trading post. That's what they call it. You talk to the trading post. It's like, hey, what you got? And here's the stuff they offer this month. So as you can see, it's a lot of stuff. There's the catalog, which is just ensembles, and it'll show you what it looks like with you wielding it, and it's cool, and it's awesome, it's well designed. It also shows you specifically what you're getting, the items over here, so you can tooltip those and see exactly what they are and where you get them from, and if you already have them. Then, you've got some basic stuff down here, which is under returning. You can't see my mouse cursor, but it's right there, returning. So all of this is stuff that's already been there. A lot of this is also recolors. So some of this is stuff that you probably already have or have a variant of because there's no dying in this game. And at the bottom here, you have the ability to freeze something. In other words, if you'll notice I did this, if like I really wanted this gladiator's armor, but I don't feel like spending 850 coins right now, I could just freeze it and hold it there and leave it for whatever. This is what you can actually get with these. And every month they also show off a couple of things. So if you want to see what they look like in game, then it sucks to be a hero. So like, there's the gladiator's armor over here. There's the staff, which is available right now. And there's the crest of the kingdom. These are actually really cool in my opinion. So these are the new backpacks they added this particular month. These are awesome. You may or may not notice I actually have one on me, the Alliance one. And I know that sounds weird, but for real, do me a favor, look at my mage's transmog. I'm actually really proud of this transmog. I don't think any two pieces of this are from the same expansion, never mind from the same set. But it works really, really well together. Check that out. Check that out. So, you know, I've got the lightning shoulders from buying Roll Within. I've got a robe, which I'm pretty sure is from Hyjal. I've got a belt, which is from Dragonflight. I've got the gauntlets from Shadowlands. And I've got a rose in my hair. I actually don't remember where I got that from. And, of course, I've got the thing which I just got, which is this shield, which the bronze on that perfectly matches the rest of the suit. And that just fits. I love this outfit. So this is my mage, right? And forgive me for gushing, but I'm really, really proud of the transmogs that I've put over to. And this is what I tend to use as my staff because fire and ice are awesome. Anyways, so yeah, these are the new backs. They're based off of the Warcraft 3 faction. So there's one for Alliance, one for Horde, one for Forsaken, or rather Scourge, and one for the Night Elves. I suppose I could have showed that off, but whatever. Moving on. So that's the Traveler's Log, not part of the review. Now, my sister is getting impatient, so let's go ahead and get on with Karazhan.
No, it's fine. You can keep talking. I'm helping somebody. I ported somebody in the zone back to Oregon. I'm standing here waiting for them to finish so I can port them back to Stonard.
In that case, go... There's some different music going. All right, so... Anything from BC? No, nothing I'm wearing is from BC. It might be my boots. I don't know. If it is, it doesn't really matter. Oh, my neck. Now I'm going to address Blade Develop's real thing. So, you say that the tooltips look plain, and I don't really disagree. Like, that is fairly plain, right? Large font, name. Smaller font, white. What type of spell, what its cooldown is. Yellow text, except where relevant, where it does things like white text. And then white text again at the bottom. So... color distinction is good. Also, cooldowns tend to be in green, as you can see right there in the lower right. To me, that's a good tooltip. I'm not going to blame you for saying that's plain. No judgment on that. But in my opinion, just from a purely aesthetic perspective, I prefer that tooltip over FF14's. One of the biggest problems I tend to have in FF14, and I actually showed this just last week, was the fact that I tend to have problems reading all the information on the FF14 tooltips sometime, because a lot of those tooltips, especially with the mutator system, which I'm in favor of, that they added in Endwalker, I think, leads to giant chonkers of death text, which I just have a difficulty parsing. I'm not trying to bash FF14 here, I'm just trying to convey why it is that I enjoy WoW's tooltips. Anyways. Great music, by the way, BFA. You notice we haven't given any music positives yet? Don't worry, that's gonna change. Anyways, oh, by the way, rate my Mog. Ignore the N'Zoth eyeball on my forehead. It's not there. It's not there. I'm
back.
I'm not done at all. All right, so we just talked about So I talked about the Traveler's Log and suggested content. Let's talk about this. This is the Dungeon Journal, okay? The Dungeon Journal is freaking amazing. Fun fact, I know people who hate the Dungeon Journal. I don't understand why. So, allow me to explain a little bit what the Dungeon Journal is. Someone name an expansion. Preferably one that isn't vanilla.
Wrath.
Wrath, sure, we'll do Wrath. Boom. You know the dungeon, so do it. Pick a dungeon.
I'm faster than all of you.
Pick a dungeon and or a raid.
Ice Crown and that one the Coliseum thing.
There's a Coliseum in Ice Crown?
No, Ice Crown the raid, and then the dungeon that's the Coliseum where you go in and the guys come in and you have to fight them and...
Oh, the Trial of the Crusader.
Yeah, that one.
Odd. Okay. Ice Crown the Zone, not Ice Crown the Raid. Okay, so...
You said a dungeon and a raid. I gave you two.
Okay, that's fair, that's fair. So... here's the kind of information that's in here. So first and foremost, let me actually rewind here. I'm actually going to do this. Hang on. That would be Trial of the Champion. Okay. So here's the dungeon Trial of the Champion. There's a splash art. You could change based on the difficulty selected. So like in FF14, imagine you can select normal, savage, creation, death, doom, ultra, mega hard. I don't remember all the names. And there's a little bit of a lore tidbit here. That's actually the same thing FF14 does, by the way. I'm not sure which one did it first, but I find it funny they both do it. Then you can select a specific boss. Now, you can see the model of the boss and all the encounters in the boss fight and what they look like. So that's cool to just get that visual there. You can see exactly what loot they drop. You can see that you can sort the loot that they drop. So let's say I want to see what the heroic loot is, and I want to see which shoulders they drop. Or I want to see the heroic loot they drops for a holy paladin, which is nothing, apparently. How about all paladins? There we go. So this is what they drop for all paladins. So you can see well in advance specifically what the loot is. And can I just say, I want this feature alone in FF14, because being able to see the drops and being able to say, oh, what's that axe look like? Oh, it looks like that. That's cool. By itself is a great feature, in my opinion. But the real point of the Dungeon Journal isn't to see what the loot is, isn't to see what the model is, it's to see what the encounter is. So this is the format of the Dungeon Journal. Here's a little bit of lore, and then there's a little bit more lore, and then it explains what they do and what abilities they have. So, like, for example, let's actually pick a slightly more simple fight. So here's Aedric the Pure, and here's his abilities. It does this, this does this, this does this, this does this. This is a magic effect. This is a interruptible effect. This is a disease effect. And you'll notice there's icons next to the ability to indicate certain types of abilities, certain things to watch for. If you go over to a raid, like my beloved sister suggested, then it sucks to be you because they didn't do this for Wrath. So we're going to scoop forward several expansions. So if you select a raid and do this, you'll notice that it'll have separate categories. For example, damage dealers, tanks, healers. Now, I actually really like this. This is a somewhat more recent feature. In other words, this is the general overview. These are the kind of things to watch for if you're a damage dealer, if you're a healer, and if you're a tank. If you then want to know every single ability that boss does, here is every single ability that boss does. That's an important ability, that's a tank ability, that's a healer ability, that's an interruptible, which is also deadly. So make sure you're paying attention to Power Overwhelming on the Chronomatic Anomaly fight. Make sense? Yeah, you'll also notice there are no... This is, in my opinion, good guidance. Because it doesn't hold your hand and say, okay, now I need you to go over here, 5 feet to the left, and then pause for 3 seconds, and then interrupt this. No, it's just, here's what the boss does. And you'll notice it's actually gradient in how much information you can pull. Because you can do just a general overview, right there. You can do a per role overview. You can do a ability overview with the tooltips, and then you could go all the way down into not having an overview at all and literally seeing the exact things each ability that they do does. You'll also notice that this doesn't tell you when and how they cast some of these abilities. It just gives you the stuff to watch for. So, like, for example, let's say someone's like, you got to watch out for the waning particle. And it's like, okay, well, what's the waning particle do? Continually warps the fabric of time within the night while damaging all players in the zone. It leaves behind a temporal rift and divides into fragmented particles on death. Okay, what's a temporal rift? Upon death, the elemental fragments into 4 time particles, leaving a temporal rift behind. Players can interact with the rift to gain a temporal charge. What's that? You are infused with a volatile temporal energy, increasing arcane damage to you every second. But that gives you the ability Temporal Smash. The caster unleashes their stored temporal energy at the target. The victim stops channeling Power Overwhelming and will take 30% more damage over 15 seconds. Okay. So,
but Lord, what does all of this look like?
What?
But what does it look like?
Well, you'd have to actually go to the raid to actually see it in action. But to break this down a little bit, the DPS should DPS down a specific rift, which will be caused by just by the innate damage of the raid. Once you move down to the point where you've killed those, it'll spawn some items that you can interact with. The tanks should interact with that so that they can go ahead and gain an ability. That ability allows you to interrupt Power Overwhelming. With Power Overwhelming interrupted, the boss doesn't kill the raid. Right? That's what you pull from that. Now, I do understand that this is not a perfect system and it's not for everyone. I'm not trying to say it is. I am simply trying to say that it is a good system. I will also say from personal experience, granted, I know MMOs pretty well, from personal experience, what Huthor just said is absolutely correct. Generally speaking, the dungeon journal is more useful after a wipe than before a prep. There's nothing wrong with glancing at the journal and being like, okay, what do I need to do for this fight?
But you remember what you remember what the thing you died to looks like.
Exactly.
So as long as you know what debuff it gave you or what spell the boss was casting right before it happened, you use the journal guide to go back and figure out what the hell killed you, and then you can devise a strat for how to avoid it.
To use a specific example, let's say we just died to chronometric overload. Well, there it is right there. The victim explodes with chronometric energy, doing this damage to all players. The victim perishes in the process. Oh, okay. So I allowed this to happen, and that allowed that to happen. That's what I screwed up. Okay, cool. So it's a good after action report kind of a thing, right? Now, hang on. I should mention this is kind of on a, as weird as this probably sounds.
Lore. If we're talking about this, you also need to talk about the death log.
You're correct. But I'll show that off in just a second. Don't let me forget.
When we've actually taken some damage.
Yeah, that's how I haven't for a while. So this is kind of on a per boss basis. Most fights in this game, I would say the overwhelming majority of them.
It's also noteworthy that the trash leading up to it, we don't have this information for.
Yeah. The overwhelming... Oh, yeah, you can also link all this stuff in chat. I can just say, hey, here's chronometric overload. Boop. And I can just link that there. Anyways, so the overwhelming majority of encounters in this game, you can kind of naturally intuit what to do and how to do it. Because similar to FF14, there are standards, right? There's types of attacks. There's get away froms, there's group ups, there's...
You know pretty much if you walk into a room and it's a big freaking dragon, you don't want to be behind it or in front of it.
Exactly. So there are standards of boss design. But it is worth noting that every now and again there's a fight which you should probably read the journal in front. And I'm going to go ahead and name a specific example that to be specific. And that would be Mother. Now, I happen to really like the Mother fight, but this is a fight. And if you just walk into this fight blind, you're probably going to be a little bit kill the rest of the raid-y. We'll talk about this fight when we get there, but anybody who's done the Mother fight knows what I'm talking about immediately. So, in the interest of total honesty and fairness, there are absolutely fights in this game which you want to read the journal in advance. And the problem is, there's no real way to know.
Yeah, and there are fights where there are exceptions to given rules. There are 3 that I can think of, major boss dragon fights, where at some point during the raid, you absolutely want to be behind or in front of the boss.
Yeah, that happened a lot in Dragonflight.
Yeah. There are fights specifically in Dragonflight where you want to be in front of, where you want your melee in front of the boss, which is generally a big no-no. You want everybody in front of the boss, because something that happens behind them is worse than cleave.
Now, obviously, we're going to be kind of gauging the value of this journal as we go, because, again, it kind of varies from expansion to expansion and fight to fight. But from a purely conceptual reason, and I've actually said this before 2 years ago when we did the FF14 run. Obviously, this is a use.
They introduced the journal, because
I don't know.
When I came back,
someone Google that. When did they introduce the adventure guide, the dungeon journal? That's actually what Huthor says is also true. You can generally make mistakes on normal difficulty. It's only when you get up to Mythic that it's like, nah, you're dead. It was Kata, apparently. I feel like that was mid-Kata. I
don't remember it being there in Kata, but it also... I was raiding competitively in Kata, so...
Yeah, I remember that. Whatever. Point being...
So I was probably if it came out mid-Kata, I was probably well past the point where I needed to reference something like that.
Yeah. It could have been Dragon Soul, because that's when LFR first came into existence, was with Dragon Soul. Mid-Kata.
Yeah.
Anyways, I lost my train of thought.
Sorry.
So one of the things... so I talked about this during the FF14 run. One of the things the Dungeon Journal simply existing adds is the ability to really stretch with their boss design. Like the Mother fight I just showcased. They can do crazy stuff with bosses because the really crazy, silly stuff can be explained here. So you kind of have that built-in tutorial thing. Now, I'm not saying this is a perfect system. I'm not saying it's better than FF14. They're very, very different animals. But you can see how having this is definitely a tool that WoW itself has taken good use of over the years. And again, the fact that it's like general overview, role overview, specific abilities overview and then actually what each specific ability does is, in my opinion, a good gradient of information. And of course, you can see what the boss looks like. Behold.
It is noteworthy that, like, before this, because I can see this easily becoming a thing, no offense, chat, but the MMOs that are out there today, yeah, they all have some basic general characteristics that kind of align with one another. And if you're looking at some of the newer kind of copy-paste general fantasy world style MMOs, you can make direct comparisons between them. But when it comes to things like FF14 and WoW, it's like comparing, apples to oranges. Yeah, they're both fruit, but they are very functionally very different, and they're good and bad in their own ways. So, making a direct comparison between, the tooltip styles in a game like FF14, where you don't really need to pay attention to your tooltips unless you are, out of combat and just sitting there reading, versus WoW, where there are times where you need to be able to take a look at your tooltips and be able to get clear, concise information on a split-second basis, such as with debuffs, that, that they are functionally so different that you really can't make direct comparisons between them of a, quantitative sort, right? Like, I think it was either Blade Torval or Huthor earlier was talking about how they really like when a game goes through and puts in the extra effort to add a nice visual design to something as simple as a tooltip. I can't tell you the number of times that I am having to mouse over a buff or a debuff or something on my spell bar in the middle of combat to be able to get information. And when you have those really pretty fancified borders that take up your, that take up screen space, that take up, that have fun and interesting looking fonts, that just gets in the way in something like WoW. And if you want those things, it's really easy to go and get an add-on. LVUI will let you change like everything about your UI and your interface, including font style and borders and stuff like that. But there are times where you really want lore screen is too cluttered for me.
I like info. I do.
Well, and you are really good at being able to tune out information that you don't need in the moment.
That's true.
I'm not. So, when I'm playing, my chat is all out of the way. I pretty much don't have anything in the middle of my screen. At the top of my screen, anywhere. Like, the only thing that's in the middle of my screen, even when I'm healing, my raid frames are off on the side somewhere. But that's kind of like the beauty of it, is that it can be made to anybody's. I can't read chat, by the way. I'm over in my chair. Okay, I'm done with my little monologue. Your turn.
So, I just died. This is the recap. To show off the recap. Now...
Oh, did you go find... You found something to smack you?
I just fell. So, the recap is exactly what it sounds like. It shows you the last, I don't remember how many seconds of your life prior to you dying. And then it shows you the specific thing that killed you. Now, this is obviously its own thing, but you can also... Oh, of course I can't, because I just died to falling damage. But you can see the specific attack, how much damage it was doing, and exactly what second it showed up on. And that's a useful feature.
You could go get in combat, because the combat log is live. So you could go get in combat and watch it be like, you took 3 damage.
Oh god, what is Huthor linking?
Oh,
yeah, no, I've seen that. That's what several. So if you install several recommended add-ons and then don't configure them at all, what Huthor just linked is kind of what it's going to look like. In fact, I recognize pretty much every add-on on that list. Although for some reason he has three separate raid frames up, and 2 DPS meters. No, I'm wrong. That's actually a threat meter. My bad. What's really fun is I could even tell you where that is exactly in the game, but that doesn't matter. Anyways, point being. So,
You do have to set up the add-ons.
Yeah, you have everything you're seeing on my screen is customized.
That's the beauty of customization. Like, my screen would be a better one to show off.
Yeah, because she...
Here, give me a second. I'll link my screen, because I have much, much fewer add-ons than you. Share screen.
That's the Hodier fight. I was right.
Wow.
It's clearly Wrath. Okay. So here's what's going to happen. I'm just going to take a screenshot of this, because that's going to be a lot easier to do than anything else.
Uh-huh.
So we're just going to take a screenshot of this. I'm going to save this over here.
Oh, wait. I should probably be in a group for this.
That doesn't matter.
Well, so they can see where my party frames are. There you go.
Well, okay, hang on. Hang on. Turn the music back on. Hang on. Everything's taking long. I wasn't expecting to get dragged into the weeds in this. So forgive me for taking a minute to get to Kara. Okay, I have screenshot. So, was that this one? Nope. It's this one.
It's probably Blade Torval. That's probably literally just the font that they use. WoW uses, like, I'm pretty sure WoW actually uses Arial as its font. But it's also noteworthy that fonts are a big thing for accessibility.
Yeah.
Having like the style of font, there are fonts that are very hard for people with dyslexia to read. Like I myself, even inside of WoW, like I have to turn the font in my chat window up really high to be able to read chat, because the shapes don't like transition.
Anyway, so this is my sister's UI. You can see how she got her hotbars in the middle bottom. She's got herself and
which is default. They literally haven't been moved from default.
Yeah. She's got her party frame immediately to the left of that, which is the little bar. That's also
which
default.
is also where raid frames would be.
Stuff has been moved around, obviously, so some of her abilities are not in the same place, but it's all default stuff. She's got details in the lower right. That's the big black, gray-looking square. And I don't see any other add-ons, to be honest with you.
It's because, well, no, there's decurse to the lower left of my character frame.
I didn't even see that, but yeah, you're right.
Because there's only 2 boxes. But I really run with a very uncluttered screen.
In my defense, I got used to raid leading, so I kind of got used to having all the info all the time. Because I had to tell someone else what they did wrong. And I never got out of that habit.
Even when I was raid leading, this is what my screen looked like. Because when I was raid leading, I was healing, so I didn't need to have extra shit to know what you did wrong, because I was literally looking at you.
Yeah, I was usually tanking. All right, so I just died. So here's the recap. Looks like it goes back about 7 seconds. And you can see I was meleeed by this person at this exact millisecond. And you can actually mouse over the specific attacks we were doing. There's the thrash attack, and then there's one last melee attack, and here's the exact damage it did, up to and including the moment of death. I do like that. It's a nice, quick, simple, easy way to say, what the hell killed me? And then we release, because I'm dead. Oh yeah, by the way, they need to backport this more. They already have, but like you can fly while dead to make corpse recovery even faster. Boop, and we're back.
Have you shown off the default UE customization?
Yeah. So something my sister missed last night is the 50? No.
Trihexia.
64.
Lore can tell you stories about having to yank me into my own Ventrilo channel because I would curse at people for standing in stupid.
Yep. And it helped her to heal. She would heal better.
Yeah, I would. I wouldn't, like, curse at them, like, call them names and stuff.
Get into the freaking heal! Stop running away from me! Why are you running? I'm going to heal you!
Yeah. No, if it was directed directly at them, it would be something like, what are you standing in the stupid? Get out, the stupid! I am going to heal you through your own stupidity!
Also, I'm really fond of this mount. I only use it on one character, my paladin. My light-forged paladin, but I'm really fond of this mount. So, Evo, please share your unrelated thing. Alright, so. So that's the info and game of the Dungeon Journal. We'll kind of gauge this as we go throughout the expansions, but I think at a default, this is really good. This is triple positive. It's good graded information. It's good specific information. It's there if you need it. It shows you where the loot. It shows you what type of slots and armor and difficulties. And it shows you the abilities, very specific. It also shows you the tooltips for abilities. This is, sorry, I didn't even mention this, but this is helpful too, because remember, you see your tooltips and your buffs and your debuffs up here. So if you see this weird eyeball-looking thing pop up on your debuffs, you know what that is now, right? Because you can mouse over it in combat, but you can also mouse over it here. And then, of course, you can just see what it looks like. Oh, it's gross! Alright, freaking old gods. Ugh. So, now... And I showed off Death Recap. I just did that. Then there's this screen. So Blade Traval is about to hate me, because I'm about to shotgun positives that was effectively a single window of this game. But this is an extremely well-designed window, and if you've heard me talk about FF14, you'll know this window is one of my biggest wants for FF14. No joke. This is all the stuff that is bind on account. Your mounts, your pets, your toys, your heirlooms, and your transmog. Sis, what are you doing? Sis!
Nothing.
You're sparkling. You're creating static. No, yeah, this is your collection step. The point is, this is all your bind on account stuff. This is your account stuff. So let's start with mounts. Fairly basic, but very good. You can... So, hang on. Let's pull back here just a second. Jesus, Takoida. It's like...
Stop panicking, Evo.
It's okay. It's okay to panic a little bit. Don't completely panic. Here's the mount I'm most proud of. I'll even get on it. I'm not even going to explain why I'm... What? No, I didn't mean to remove favorite. I misclicked. No, come back. Okay, there we go.
Lord, this is where I remind you that there's this thing called a search feature now.
Yep. Anyway, so I'm just going to get on this mount and let it sit there. This is what we call the quiet flex. Anyways, but yeah, so this, you can see the mount. There's, it shows you which achievement gives you, or what like that gives, that quest gives you this from this zone. This is from the trading shop. This is from a drop off of Kael'thas. This is from the Pandaria remix. So it shows you where you get the mounts. And you might think, what's the point of that? That's more for mounts you don't have. So, like, I want this mount. Where's that come from? Well, there's this vendor in the Forbidden Reach who sells it for 40 gold. So, it gives you... It's not a complete guide, because some of it, like, you just get it from Profession, huh? You get this from Protoform Synthesis, huh? But it tells you, like, if you just peruse this and say, this is a cool mount, how do I get it? Ah, it's a random drop from an island expedition. Cool. So it gives you an idea of what to aim for. In other words, it's info in-game. So that's nice. But hang on, we're not done yet. Obviously, it's a cool feature that you can actually see what you look like on the mount at any given point in time. You can also just get rid of the character if you just want to see the mount. And you can rotate around, you can zoom in, you can zoom out, you can do all kinds of stuff like that. Absolutely not Retromantra. I'd rather rip out my eyeballs and eat them. Alright, then you can also see, there's also a little bit of lore. Every mount in the game, there's actually a lot of flavor lore in WoW, which I imagine most people don't even know is there. On tooltips, on items, and on tooltips on mounts. It allows you to see just a little bit of what this means in lore. And it's tiny little details, but it's nice flavor, like I said, background lore. So I suppose I should give that a positive right now. That's going to be under story, obviously. Minute. Okay. So then we have the mount equipment thing. I have the allow me to have water walking on all characters thing for this particular character. I don't know what's that character. All mounts.
I don't have anything on mine.
The only one I have on my main is get rid of days. We'll talk about that. You also have the ability to summon favorite mount, which you can actually just drag onto your bar. You'll notice I tend to have that on some of my characters, so it's just there.
Mine is hotkeyed to the letter Z.
And the way this works is it's supposed to, it doesn't actually always work, but it's supposed to smartly figure out what type of zone you're in. So if you summon a random favorite, it'll summon a mount relative to the zone you're in. So if you're in a zone that doesn't allow flying, it'll allow you to do a ground mount. But if you're in a zone that does allow flying, it will only select from mounts that can fly. If you're underwater, it'll select an underwater mount. Make sense? There's also the filter, of course, collected, not collected, unusables, ground, flying, aquatic, ride-along, and all of the different sources that can result in a mount being procured. You can also just straight up search. Now, you can search, the search is, as usual, a smart search. I don't know what else to add to that. It's a good search. Moving on. This
Very
is
happy that they added this feature.
Yes. And you can favorite, which puts them to the top, obviously puts the star on it, and of course puts it part of the random favorite mount. I have 550 mounts. I'm actually pretty proud of that. It's relatively low of a number, believe it or not, because if you look at where that bar is, I'm a little over halfway down. So that means there's probably about 500 mounts, all of these mounts, that I still don't have. There's a lot of mounts in this game. I should probably mention, so in WoW, I kind of already gave this away. In WoW, not every mount can fly, unlike in FF14. But this is very, very, very much a huge variety of mounts. You've got a werewolf, you've got a goat, you've got an insect, you've got a mechanostrider, you've got a turtle, you've got a arbor worm, you've got an astral cloud serpent. This is a game that I strongly encourage people to spend some time going down the list and kind of like either physically writing down on a piece of paper or like in a notepad different kinds of mounts that you're interested in to go and procure, because you can get most of them. Also, so here's one of my underwater mounts. I got this from the Dark Moon Island. I also have the seahorse, of course I do. And I think that's actually it. But yeah, there are lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of mounts. And of course, you can filter, get rid of the collected ones, and then get rid of in-game shop, get rid of trading card game, get rid of promotion. And the rest of these are probably all doable, although you might want to get rid of profession, that's crafting. And then you can just see these are the ones we can do. Now, Sis, I'm going to put you in charge for a second. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
I shall unmute myself. I cannot see chat, so y'all are screwed, because I'm just sitting over here chilling in my chair crocheting, because he's taking forever. Monologue. Here, fine. I'll come over there so I can see the chat. It always works great when I'm put in charge, Rax. What are you talking about? Oi. I am deaf to your voices. I'm not. I moved. I can see you now. What do you mean by MMO mice? Do you mean mice with extra buttons on the thumb? Mine doesn't have 12, but it does have 4 and a joystick, which I haven't been able to figure out how to get to work. Yes. Yes, Trihexia, I have. Yes, they did go through and that went live a couple of patches ago where, well, not a couple of patches ago, but a bit ago, where they finally got the last of the flying mounts, dragon flying. I recently upgraded to my 4-thumb button mouse. I used to just use one that had 2 button on the side, and then I started playing a hunter and needed extra buttons for like my kick and shit. Yeah, there's a lot to be said for, you not playing on a PvP realm and not flagging yourself for PvP, and being really freaking careful to not get yourself PvP flagged by attacking a something. I have a foot switch, but my foot switch it's stupid sometimes, so I don't currently use it. Only use the numbers 1 through 6. Like if you notice, I've got stuff over here on past 6. I've got, well, okay, you guys can't see, but I've got stuff on 7, 8, and 9. But my hands are too small to be able to reach those buttons. So they exist, but I don't hit those buttons on my keyboard. I just scroll down and click them. Yeah, the foot switch would work better for me if it was like a toggle on, toggle off. Like, I need to figure out how to set it to my mute button. But because it's a press and hold, like, I forget and let up on it in the middle of talking, and yeah. Yeah, Maverick, it'll probably, like, as I use it more, I'll probably get used to it. And that'll stop being an issue. I normally have a thumb button as my push to talk. But as previously spoken, all of my thumb buttons are currently being used for kicks and such.
I have returned.
Welcome back. We have been talking about... I've been invited to a guild.
Congrats.
Why am I not in the guild on Zanriel?
Ooh.
Invite me to the guild.
Hang on, I gotta get to the horde to do that.
Well, no, Spartan. Spartan, send me a guild invite.
I don't think Spartan can.
He's in the guild, isn't he?
I think so. I'm not actually 100% sure. But either way, I'm already switching.
Its guild name was a bunch of random letters.
Oh yeah, by the way, if you ever get a guild invite from someone you don't know and all, say no.
Why?
No, that was for them, not for you.
Yeah, I know, but why?
Okay, so there's two answers for that. The first is bots, who are going to try and scam and scheme and otherwise be dicks about it. The other reason is spam guilds, for lack of a better way to put it. Spam guilds are exactly what they sound like. There are people who just sit around, I guess I should talk about the player search feature, and they search for people who are ungilded, usually lowbie characters, and say, hey, join my guild, please. Join my guild. Yeah, there's actually an option in the game to deny, just say, no, I do not accept guild invites. Yeah, there's also guild bank scammers, and it's just a whole thing. Just don't. Yeah, it's the same thing in FF14. Don't accept a free company invite from someone you don't know. If you know the person, like if you met someone during a raid or a dungeon and they say, hey, you want to join our guild, that's different. If you're roaming Stormwind and you just get a guild invite out of the blue, say no. Yeah, there's also add-ons that people use to just spam invites to everyone in the area. Because you can invite someone even if they're in a guild. So there's no need to even filter that, right? /G invite space name, Spartan. I'm sure there's other ways to do it, but that's how I do it. I'm a bit of a chat command kind of a guy because I'm old and terrible. Now, we were talking about mounts.
Are you still monologuing?
Yes, somebody, I'm not going to name who, keeps interrupting me. Not going to name names.
I'm going back to my chair.
I'm kind of trying to race through this. So the mount tab is a great tab, right? It's a good, quick, easy, efficient thing. So we're just info in game and interface. It's got good sort, it's got good search, it's got good filters, it's got the random thing. It also has the skydiving stuff. I'm actually not going to talk about skydiving yet. I guess there's no reason not to anymore, is there?
No, there's not, because you get...
Yeah, you just get it at 20. Yeah, as soon as... So for those of you not aware, skydiving used to be a Dragonflight feature.
Sky riding. It was never called skydiving.
Flying is what I've been saying. Sky flying.
No, you've been saying skydiving.
Anyway, so sky flying is, or they actually call it dynamic flight now, but whatever. Or sky riding. It doesn't actually matter. Flight is now like this. You've seen me do it. Up, down. You know, I've actually shown this off before. It's the new flight system. It's the new dynamic flight system, and it's awesome.
You can still toggle dynamic flight off, right?
Yep. So that's what I was going to talk about. So, thing is, it starts off, nowadays, it used to be just for Dragonflight, but now it's, a moment you hit level 20, you gain access to this. Now, that I know that sounds weird, but trust me when I say that was a good call. It really, really helps new players, especially since brand new players are most likely going to be shunted towards Dragonflight as their first expansion. And it really helps alts, because now you can just fly around all willy-nilly. Also, it's optional. A lot of people forget that flight is optional. If you want to run around on a ground mount, there is nothing stopping you from doing so. So if you want to go...
In any zone.
In any zone. There are like 3 or 4 exceptions to that. I actually sat down and figured out at one point in time how many exceptions there are. Things that absolutely mandate flying. It's like 5 things in the whole game. And that's counting a fight in Dragonflight. So yeah, I can just ride around on my ground mount. Nothing is preventing me from doing this. As I've said before, I like doing this from time to time because there's certain zones that I just like to take my time and I like to soak in the atmosphere and go on ground. You can also just forsake mounts entirely if you're insane, but you can do that. And, hang on, one last thing. If whatever reason you don't like dragon flying, and there's plenty of reasons. By the way, there's also accessibility features to help with motion sickness while doing this. Just pointing that really quick. But if you don't like the super zoom and if you don't like the gameplay of it, you just want to swim in the air, you know, the way flying used to work and the way flying still works over in F14, you hit this button. It's right here, skywriting, and it's just...
swim in the air.
Yeah, and then you just switch, and now your flight mounts are swimming in the air. Now, this is actually very useful for 2 things. Even if you like sky flying, it's useful for being more precise.
And for... I don't want to float slowly back down to the ground.
That's true.
Say I'd want to AFK and go to the bathroom and not have to worry about being attacked by something.
Mm-hmm. And for example, if you want to, like there's actually plenty of examples where you want to, I of course I have nothing nearby. Let's say I'm here and let's say there's a branch up there. You can dragon flying up on top of that branch, but then you can also just do this. Boop, done. And yeah, it's also good for hovering. You can just sit here and hover in the air in the old mode. You can also log out in the air.
And then when you log back in, you're just...
The moment you get the achievement, I forget the name of, you can do that, Spartan. And you can toggle that. No, so toggling is a cast, which by necessity means dismounting. Pathfinder.
Which means if you do it mid-air, you're falling to your death.
War Within Pathfinder. So you need to do the main quest. Do the MSQ. Complete the storyline, Breaking Point, Earthen Fissure, First Blow, and do that for each zone. So do each zone. That's it. And I think you have to explore each zone too. That's it. That's all. It is probably one of the better Pathfinders we've had. They've had Pathfinder as a concept since Warlords. It kind of sucked in Warlords. Not gonna lie. We'll get there when we get there. But anyways, so that's how... so yeah, I guess I have to talk about Dragonflying now. So I'm ready for this. Dragonflying is incredibly awesome.
I mean, you could do it as we level up. Like, you could talk about that when we hit level 20.
Well, I've kind of already talked about it. And so what I'm going to do is you're right, I'm not going to talk about it, but a question mark. And we'll decide exactly how many positives we give for that as we go. But it's definitely positive worthy because Dragonflying is really, really, really good. I hate to bear the lead on that, but this was one of the better gameplay things they added to the entire game, in my opinion. And the fact that they
the only other thing that I would say is better that we could be considered is when Kata came out and they redid all of the regular zones
to allow flying, yeah.
To allow flying at all.
Yep. No, I agree. And the fact that they backported this, you'll notice I'm in a BFA. Okay, so you don't know that, but I'm in a BFA zone right now, and I can dragonfly. So they backported dragonfly everywhere, and it's an evergreen feature, and you get it at 20. All great features.
And that is a big thing because, like, when they added, you remember, like, they were promising us flying in, they were promising us flying everywhere for like a really long time, but it took them redoing all of the zones.
It was a lot of work, and I understand. Like, there was a ton of stuff that had to be done.
It was actually probably easier for them to backport dragon flying because they had already put flight everywhere.
Yeah. Primarch actually asked a really good question, which I don't have an answer to. So free accounts, I've actually talked about this before, but in very, very brief.
They only go up to level 20.
They only go up to level 20, but you can keep leveling. It's just the experience kind of goes into a bank, if that makes any sense. And the moment you subscribe, all of that experience gets dumped on your face, so you don't lose any progress. So you can keep playing past level 20, you just don't go past level 20. You can make several characters. I think your character limited. I think you can't send mail, and I think you can't hit the auction house. That's anti-bot stuff.
Yeah, and you can't...
Oh, you can trade with players, too.
Yeah, you can't trade, you can't auction house, you can't mail. I think you can join guilds.
I don't know, actually.
But I know you can't, like, party invite.
Yeah.
You can be invited to a party.
That is true.
From someone with a subscription, but you can't start the party.
Again, almost everything she's talking about limitations-wise is anti-bot features. But I don't know if you get this at 20. I'm not familiar. So the last time I had someone play this with a free account was actually Evo. And she popped in and did stuff, but that was before they backported Dragonfly, so I'm not sure.
Somebody who doesn't have their sub up.
I mean, the thing is, it's... Well, no, I guess that would check. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Point being, that's mounts. Moving on from mounts, we have pets.
If the level cap is 20 and you get flight at 20, it would make sense that if you have a flying mount, you have dragon flight.
Pillars of Snow says you have to do a quest to get dragonfly. I admittedly have no knowledge of that, so ignore me on
that. No, because I've already got it unlocked because I've got it unlocked.
Yeah, that's the thing, because it's an account unlock, as so many things are in this game. So yeah, I literally can't test that.
Nope.
This is the pet tab.
I mean, I guess we could go use one of our 50 billion extra emails to make a free account and try it.
Or we could get on with it. So, this is the pet tab. We're not going to talk about pet battles too much right now, because that was a feature added in Pandaria, I want to say.
Yeah, I think it was Pandaria.
So we're going to talk about this in that expansion.
It was either Pandaria or the one after it.
But from the perspectives of interface, all I'm talking about right now is it's kind of the same general interface as the mount one. In fact, I believe it's copy-pasted the code. There's the mount, there's the pet. It says where you can get it. You can filter based on pet families, based on sources, and based by sorting. You can search. It tells you how many pets I have. I have 945. Shut up. I don't have a problem. You have a problem. You can summon a random favorite. You can revive your battle pets. That's just a thing. And then, so the interface is good, is what I'm trying to get. So just the interface by itself is good. It's noteworthy
that you used to have to go, just like hunters had to go to, like, a trainer to be able to, or a thingy, stable, that's the word, to be able to do things, a lot of the things with their pets. Yeah. You used to have to go to a battle pet place to get your pets healed and revived. Mm-hmm. It literally used to function like Pokemon, where you had to go down to the Poke Center.
Yeah. And now they've got this ability, which is on a cooldown, aim on a cooldown, and there's also items, which you get a ton of if you're doing the pet battles. So the pet battle, it's Pokemon. That's why we're not covering it yet, because there's actually a lot of depth to it. As you'll notice, I actually have quite a few max level pets, because I really dug into the pet battles until I hit a certain point. Again, we'll talk about that more when we get there, but if you just feel like having fun doing something that has nothing to do with your character, the Pokemon aspect of this game is actually really fleshed out. There's a lot of content to it.
It's also noteworthy that, like, the pet battle side of things is absolutely not required.
Yeah, it's in a bubble. It has nothing to do with anything else. Now, that's not quite true. Sorry, I lied.
It is. It's bubble adjacent.
Yeah, because you can get pets from doing other things, and in fact, most of the best pets are from raids. Think of it like cards in FF14. You know, you go fight the Cloud... I don't actually know if this is true. Rax, check me on this. But, you know, you go fight the Cloud of Darkness, who's a raid boss, and she gives you a good card. So you go fight... you know, this one right here. This actually drops off... No, it's Silithus. Hang on, let me use a better example here. Here we go. This is how it drops off the Twin Emps in the raid we did last night, Tack. This is a good mount. You notice I actually have this guy maxed because he is really, really nice. He's a humanoid, but he also has Sandstorm, and he also has several other things that make him immune to Sandstorm, and he's a very, very good pet battle, right? Yeah, there's pet battle dungeons in this game. There is a minuscule amount of pet battle story. Don't go looking for story. But there's a lot. There's a lot, which is why we're just briefly covering the interface right now, and we're going to move on.
I now have the Pokemon theme song stuck in my head.
Which one?
The one from the show.
Oh, okay. So, then there's the toys. Actually, yes, Dakota. So then there's the toys. Toys are... WoW has always had random items that are there for fun, right?
And some of them are useful.
Some of them are useful. Back in Warlords, they went ahead and made a whole tab for this and turned those random items that people tended to hold on to into something that's just an account-bound thing. So, like, if I loot an item, and it's like, this is made into a toy, it stops being an item and starts being a toy. I know I'm explaining this wrong, but it's an account thing. There's no item. It's just something I can go pull out and be like, boing. And I can just pull this chest open and it just tosses out the 20th anniversary thing, right? All of this stuff is hot. Most of the stuff is hotkeyable. It saves a tremendous amount of space. Most of the stuff is either fun or cosmetic. You'll notice I have one thing favorited, which is the stamp whistle, which gives me the ability to call in a mailbox anywhere. There's actually several of those, by the way. There's also the feather.
It's also noteworthy that these used to be items.
Yep.
That you had to carry around.
Yep, and a lot of us did because they were neat or cool or fun or useful. You know,
yeah.
and you can just, there's all kinds of stuff. Hey, so there's a thing over there.
Them making toys account bound and a window as opposed, a skill as opposed to an item that you had to carry around was super helpful.
Yeah. They also, and so I've called a battle, so now these two Blood Mauls. Real quick, in chat, do you think the Blade Spire or the Blood Maul is going to win? Blade Spire's the white guy, Blood Maul's the red guy. So anyways, yeah, there's a bunch of these. Like, a lot of these are fun, a lot of these are silly, some of them are useful. If you've ever seen me chop someone up and light them on fire after they've died, those are toys. Looks like Blade Spire won. Good job, Blade Spire. Anyways, Whole Body Shrinker is from here. This is one of my personal favorites. It does this. Wait, oh, there's the goat. Oh god, there's the goat! And your move speed is adjusted to accommodate, consequently. Anyways, toys are good in general. I'm not sure how to rate toys themselves, because they're all just for fun thing. The Whole Body Shrinka, it looks like that right there. You get that from Kalimdor, Durotar, Vendors, Ravika. Yeah, consequently, every single character I have has the brazier. Except for my people who have resin. So, every character except for the one I'm currently on has the brazier. It's an item that allows you to res someone on a cooldown. Which probably sounds like a nothing burger, but it's basically invaluable.
Yeah, and it is hilarious because the only character I have that on is a character who can res.
Coolest looking toy? Oh, geez. I don't know. It's actually a tough one.
The cloak.
Cloak.
That one's my favorite.
It's
a suitcase, a closet of infinite cloaks, I think.
Oh, I don't have it. It's the armoire. Yeah. Apparently that's from Raytheon. I need to go buy that. But yes, that is a good one.
Yeah, that one, the transmogrifier platform is a fun one.
Yeah, no, that's a good one. Transmogrifier platform basically randomizes your race and your race's appearance. So that's a fun one.
Yeah. The Closet of Infinite Cloaks just gives you a random cloak appearance.
Yep. Anyways, so that's toys. I don't even know how to review toys. Like, it's pure cosmetic fun. So I guess we'll put that under cosmetic. And we'll put some question marks. Yeah, we'll put some question marks there, and we'll decide that in a minute. Heirlooms. Okay. So heirlooms have undergone several changes over the years.
Heirlooms are both great and garbage.
Yeah, it's funny. So, okay, once upon a time, heirlooms were good gear that were bind on account. This is an old concept that you could buy in your main to give to your alt. So, hence the concept heirlooms. Yeah, they used to be completely OP because in addition to being good gear, they also
gave you an XP bonus.
Bingo. So they made leveling faster. It's worth noting that leveling has been sped up in general to accommodate heirloom speed. So we haven't really lost that speed, but nowadays, the way it works is there is one heirloom set. In other words, it doesn't matter which heirlooms you have equipped. No, it's not even per gear type. I actually checked this recently. It's heirlooms. So if you just have heirlooms on, you have your set, right? A 2-piece increases your rested exp. 3-piece, your out-of-combat regen is extremely increased, so you basically don't have any downtime out of combat. Your 5-piece, every level gain you get gives you a burst of knowledge, which does X damage to nearby enemies and grants you 40% primary stat for 2 minutes. If you defeat enemies during that buff, it extends it by an additional 2 minutes. And the 6-piece continues to reduce the amount of rested XP you go through. And yeah, they were statted to be essentially a blue piece of gear at that level. The thing that was good about heirlooms is heirlooms would scale to your current level. But they were always statted to be a blue at that level. To explain what I mean by that.
So they weren't the best gear you could have at that level, but they were better than the gear you would get questing.
And they would scale with you gradiently. So for example, let's say I get a dungeon item at level 10. That's a great piece of gear, and it's better than my heirloom. But then I hit level 11, and then 12, and then 13, and then 14, and then 15. And then at 16, I finally get a better item. So that level 10 item has long since fallen by the wayside. But if I had an heirloom item in that slot, it continues to be good.
Level 11, and then a level 12, and a level 13.
Exactly.
Et cetera, as you leveled.
Yep. So it never loses relevance. Now, hang on. That all sounds awesome, I'm sure. There are 2 huge flaws with the heirloom system, in my opinion. Flaw number 1, they are expensive. They are designed to be sinks. I notice I don't say gold sink, because you can buy heirloom gear with a lot of different things from a lot of different events and a lot of different resources. But one or another, they are a way to rip currency in one form or another out of the game. The other problem is they are extremely expensive to upgrade. So when you get a brand new piece of heirloom, and I can tell you one because I've got this one right here, it's completely unupgraded. You notice if you look at the top of the tooltip there, it says 0 of 6. That means this is a bare bones, I just bought it heirloom. It only scales up to level 29.
Which is garbage because you're going to hit level 29 in like 30 minutes.
That's a bit of an exaggeration, but even if you're
not by much.
It's not by much. Like a day of casual leveling and you'll hit level 30. Especially, remember, this is alts only. Let's be clear about that. You cannot have heirloom gear unless you already have a max level. So this is purely for alts. So that sucks. And those upgrades are expensive, and they're gradient. So if you're looking at the screen, you might notice I've got a 29. I've got a 49.
Each one only gets you up 10 levels, each upgrade.
Yeah. I've got a 44. I swear I have a 39 somewhere. There's a 39 right there. Like, each upgrade level, and there's 6 of them per item, is expensive. Each of those upgrades is expensive, and more expensive for weapons. And so you have to pour tons and tons of resources into something that's barely worth it.
Yep.
And so heirlooms...
And you used to have to do that for every weapon type, every gear type.
Yep.
And they used to be, like there used to be int versus agility versus strength based. Hmm. So you basically, like, when I went through and did my heirloom stuff, I basically picked the alt that I was going to do that for, and then dumped everything into that one and went broke on every other character I have, because when they first came out, the only way to level them was with gold. And then I had enough to get one toon up to, God, I think it was only 59.
Yeah.
When we came back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, these... Yeah. I have several 100,000 gold. In fact, if I check... trying to think where I would see that now.
Give me gold!
I don't see it. So I probably have about 1 million gold in my account. Trust me when I say that's not a lot. I essentially could not afford... Sorry, go ahead.
I know people who have 1 million gold just, like, have multiple millions of gold on just random tunes.
Yeah, no. I don't... I make enough gold to keep my expenses down, and honestly, that's sufficient for me. I've never felt the need to gold grind. I could. I know how to do it. I know how to run the auction house, and I know how to pour gold into the system, but why? It's actually part of a negative we've already given. The in-game economy is kind of bored. So, why bother? Anyways, Lord Harrimont says, I hope you won't use heirlooms. I absolutely will not use heirlooms for the purposes of this review. I don't need them, first of all. But second of all, they will, as you say, change the nature of the review. But yeah, so this is...
Because we will be leveling in conjunction with one another, so on one of the tunes that we do, I will put my heirlooms on, which, by the way, remember, are not maxed, so that you can see how they compare to one another. I also don't have 6-piece because I don't have the rings.
Speaking of which, there are 3 heirlooms I actually recommend you get if you're interested in alts in this game. One is the rings. Now, they're kind of irritating to get, but they're there. One is this exact trinket. It is the Touch of the Void. It is a use trinket which summons a bunch of pets which scale to your current level, which are a really good oh crap button, especially while leveling.
I don't remember how to get into where those are.
It's whatever your mount button is.
Yeah, I don't remember which button my mount is.
Mm-hmm.
No, don't hearth.
Anyways, the last one is Unstable Elemental Confluence. This is another trinket, the other trinket, and this just has a chance to proc elemental buffs while you're doing things.
I don't have Touch of the Void either.
These 3 trinkets are way more useful than everything else combined, my opinion. And that's now, from the perspective of right now, which is obviously where the review is. All the rest of this is all bonus points, right? Yeah, you can have a weapon.
Watching this 10 years in the future, we are currently at Season 1 of The War Within.
Very good point. Yeah, so anyways, moving on. So that was heirlooms, plus to heirlooms and negative to heirlooms. This is actually an add-on, ignore this. But this is my second most wanted feature for FF14. This is the Transmog window. I can't possibly give enough positives to Transmog right now, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to top down cosmetic, the Transmog system at all, question mark. And then I'm going to jot down sprite work, and we'll put a question mark by that. And then we're going to jot down some interface. Now, we can talk about the interface right now, because we can just cover that quickly. This is amazeballs. This has actually been getting better pretty much every expansion. That's the best part. In fact, no joke, this year, this system got better. Just to further emphasize how frequently they're updating this system. Yeah, in August a few months ago, this gave additional positives.
They went through and they made it so that when you complete a quest, you automatically, regardless of class, spec, gear that you actually pick up from the quest or anything else, gain all of the possible transmogs that were available out of that quest.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Every gear type.
So
or every weapon type.
So there's the helmet, J. Palmer, which I've just gotten rid of. And I have just gotten rid of the cloak. What are you talking about, J. Palmer? I just did both things you just said. They're gone. By the way, you can also do that with shoulders. Or, this is actually a new feature, you can transmog each shoulder separately, so you can have mismatched shoulders if you want to.
Which I do. I frequently only have one shoulder turned on. In fact, I'm pretty sure I
You
only
also
have
get rid of
one.
the chest piece.
Yeah, you can hide everything.
And the bracers.
Except your weapons.
And the gauntlets. Hang on,
pretty sure.
I'm actually physically checking. But yeah, there's pants. There's boots. Yeah. So you can physically hide every single item you're wearing except for your
weapons.
weapon. So, having to use a Transmog NPC is something I don't consider a negative, to be totally honest with you. Is an extremely minor inconvenience compared to everything else that comes with it. Especially since, and I'm going to be blunt about this yak costs 100,000 gold, which is a joke.
Don't own the yak.
Like, Evo owns this yak.
I don't own the yak.
It's just 150, excuse me, which is still a joke. But anyway, sorry. All right, sorry. Hang on. So...
Also, they gave you a toy.
I don't have the mount. I have the toy.
I don't know what the toy is.
Erythral Transmogrifier.
Oh, the ethereal dude.
Yeah. I meant ethereal.
I know what you meant.
I don't know why I flopped the R around.
I don't have that, interesting enough. I don't know where to get that.
That's weird. I got it when the expansion came out.
Weird.
When War Within came out, I had a mail, and it gave me that.
Oh, apparently it was from trading post.
Oh, I bought it from the trading post.
Actually, I do remember someone bought this mount for me back when this was still expensive. Thank you for that. Nowadays, I could buy this like 10 times over, which is sort of my point.
Yeah, I need to get the repair mount.
Yeah, oh, by the way, it has a repair vendor and a vendor on it, too. That's just, you're going to see me use... There's a reason the yak is on every single bar of every single character I have. It's because, of course, I do. It's a mobile vendor and a mobile transmog. Anyways, so, getting back to this screen. So let's talk about just this screen. Not the active transmogging itself, just the interface window for the transmog system. Okay, so first of all, I have 344 of 812 plate helmets. You can see that right there because it's right there at the top. It shows exactly how much of that I have. It's the way it's designed is more recent stuff is more left and older stuff is right. So you see this anniversary tier 2 judgment helm I have right here? This is very, very recent. This is this patch. So it's all the way over here on the left. If I scroll all the way to the right here, and you can mouse wheel up and down, obviously, we'll end up with stuff that you can tell this is all vanilla stuff because it all looks like garbage.
They added a new feature in the appearance window.
What?
Apply on click, so you don't have to control click to see the appearance.
Interesting. So, obviously this is a great way to just peruse and say, what do I want? But remember, we're reviewing this specific screen. So obviously I can see what I have, but you can also see what you don't have. And again, in order. So this is a great way... And where to get it. Yeah, so if I mouse over, this drops off of a bond. Hang on. So I can actually track that over here in my tracker, and it says this is a boss drop off of the Desolate Host in Mythic Tomb of Sargeras. Boom. I know the exact boss that drops that specific item. So I can make wish lists without add-ons, by the way. There's add-ons to make all of this way better. I use them. But even with the default UI, you still have the ability to track and keep and build a wish list and do all kinds of fun, wonderful things in order to figure out where to get these items and how to procure them and blah, 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 blah. So that's awesome. And it's like, and you can also obviously, build your set over here. You can also save outfits here.
Yeah, I said that earlier, Huthor.
And yeah, you can also see the individual appearances of what you've got equipped over here. You can also link the outfit to put into copy link. So I could just do this right now. And if you, oh, it's not going to do it. There you go. If you punch that into, yeah, sure, whatever. If you punch that into anything that accepts it, which is WoW itself, you can actually see my exact transmog outfit and just share it and see what it looks like on your character. All of this is amazing interface stuff, of course. It's also per slot, so that's head, shoulders, back, chest, shirt, tabard, wrists, hands, belts, legs, feet, main hand, offhand, weapon enchant, offhand, weapon enchant. Because, of course, there's weapon enchants which change appearances as well. You can also, this is one of the new things as of August, you could say, I want to look at all the Death Knight stuff. I want to look at all the Monk stuff. I want to look at the Warlock stuff. So all of this, oh, also there's a search feature, of course there is, and there's the usual sort by boss drop, quest, vendor, world drop, etc., etc., etc. So this is all really, really, really good interface. Oh yeah, sorry. Thank you, Huthor. I forgot. Now, one limitation, it's one of the last limitations still in WoW's transmog system. You can only, I'm a plate wearer, so I can only transmog plate to plate. However, what I can do is I can take my two-handed sword and I can turn it into a two-handed axe, or a polearm, or a two-handed mace. So I've actually, what do I actually have equipped right now, really? So I have a two-handed sword equipped on in Reality Land. But if I were to go ahead and pop this up, I'll actually use the transmog interface here. Let's go ahead and hit the reset button, pull up my weapon. You know, I really want to have a two-handed mace, so I can actually just turn my sword. You can see it right there. I can just turn my sword into a mace. Or, you know what, I like axes. So let's make it this weird, like, Zul'Dazar here axe, right? Or maybe like this thing. I just got this thing. That's kind of cool, you know. Maybe I want to have a giant flaming axe. It's really good. You could have an option to showcase things you don't own yet. Okay, that's an interesting statement. So, here's what it looks like if I try to preview something I don't own yet. It pulls it up there.
Lord Hermont is talking about how you can build an outfit that you don't have and then link that outfit.
I get you. That makes much more sense. So, hang on. 1 second. I'm just going to pick random items. We're just going to BC this. This is BC. We're covering BC. We're going to make a BC suit here. Okay. And here's our belt. And here's our legs. And here's our boots. Okay, I don't have a single piece of gear. That you see that on the upper right? You notice how all of those items are grayed out. That's because I don't have any of those items. But I can mouse over it, and it tells me where to get those. And it tells me that I don't have it. And I have now built a wish list. And I could save this outfit here as testing. And now I can just pull up the testing outfit at will. Now I have saved my wish list. And I can link it. Boop. Here you go. Here's the suit we just made. I love this system, to be very clear. If I know if my gushing tone doesn't get it across, I love the transmog in WoW. It is. My sister can attest to this. She and I have spent entire sessions.
Gear. Gear from vanilla all the way up to.
I still have a lot of those suits in my bank because I don't want to get rid of them. I love this. Now there are some cracks in asterisks here and there. I'm not going to try and wash over this. As Jay Palmer pointed out earlier, you do need access to a transmog vendor. Now that's an avoidable problem nowadays, but it is still something that exists. This is just not something you just do from the menu, right? So you still need a transmog vendor. And there are still some niggles here and there. Like, there's a reason I still use add-ons for this, because add-ons allow you to do a much more precise and even more info wish list, for example, of here's exactly what I want from this and that, and it drops at 15.2% off of this boss, that kind of stuff, right? But this is still an extremely good system by default, and I don't even know where to even start with giving positives to just the interface. I'm torn here, so let's just do interface, transmog tab. And we'll put some question marks there. Actually, no, I do not, because that was a previous account, Jay Palmer. Oh, yeah, sorry. We haven't even covered the sets tab. So, anybody...
Or the extra, or the saved.
Hang on. So, for those of you who are familiar with FF14, you know that sets exist. To be very clear, I need to use my terminology very specifically. There's two types of sets in WoW, and they both use the exact same term, because screw you. There's sets, as in, like, of course, I don't think I actually have any on my character right now. But there's sets as in stuff that, you know, gives you set bonuses, right? The concept from Diablo 2 ported forward. But then there's sets as in items that are designed to be one physical appearance. Doesn't matter about their stats, it's just appearance, it's a set, right? This set right here, go away. This set right here that I'm showcasing has no stats whatsoever, but it is still it's a visual set, make sense? So, everything that is considered a set, and this has been being expanded bit by bit over the years, is added to this tab for the class you're currently looking at. Once again, top is most recent, and bottom is the oldest. So this is actually vanilla stuff down here. Maybe this is the Molten Core set. This is Blackwing Lair, etc.
There you go.
Right.
That top one is part of a visual set. The bottom one is part of a set bonus.
Yeah, so this is all pretty cool, awesome, amazing stuff, but hang on, it gets even better. Obviously, I'm looking at Paladin right now. There's the usual filter, duh. You can see any class. So I can just see what this looks like on my character, my Demon Hunter stuff. I can see what Rogue stuff looks like. And if I want to see what Terrible gear looks like, I can look at my Hunter gear. We'll talk about that.
Hunters historically have the worst.
Oh god, they just look terrible. They've always looked terrible. Like always. It's so weird. Hunters are such like it's just what is this crap? Hang on, where's my favorite? Where's the Murloc suit? I don't remember which tier that is. I actually don't remember. Where's the Murloc suit? Is it? I feel it's Kata. There it is. There's the Murloc suit. Check it out. This is a Hunter set. This is a Hunter set. Yeah, it's tier 11. Or no, that's tier 10, I think. It doesn't matter. Anyways, point being, what the hell were you thinking? Yeah, the Firewall Lands one looks like this. It's almost as bad. Blackrock was I mean, all the Blackrock Foundry was just such a good expansion. That would be this one right here. Oh yeah, by the way, you may or may not have noticed it, because you can actually see the normal version of a set, the heroic version of a set, and the mythic version of a set. Now, the differences might not be immediately apparent, but let me make it very, very clear. So, here, let's go back to Paladin for a second. And let's go to something I know that isn't Tomb of Sargeras. Nighthold, there you go, perfect. So here's, hang on, I did it in the wrong order. So here's the Raid Finder version of the set, okay? Now, most of this is die channel stuff. So there's Raid Finder, normal, and heroic. So you can see which one you prefer and which one you want. Oh, there's another thing, but I haven't talked about that. Let's keep moving. Because Mythic almost always has extra effects. You probably can't even see that, but you see how my shoulder spheres are now actually hovering there and glowing? Stuff like that is the kind of stuff Mythic sets tend to have to differentiate themselves another step beyond just being a die channel. But sometimes you don't want that. Sometimes you actually just prefer the Raid Finder version. And I actually kind of like this. The silver and copper, that works for me. Yeah, there's no dying in WoW. You know what I mean. So you have to rely on different versions of sets to get them. There's a lot of different colors of almost every set in the game, but you get the idea. So, the other thing here, paying attention, is it shows me exactly which pieces. So if you check the left, there's gray, there's green, there's yellow. Gray means I have nothing of that. Green means my sister has just come downstairs. Green means I have some of the pieces of that set. Yellow means I have the entire set. So quick, immediate color distinction. If you're paying attention, there's also a green...
And you can filter it.
You can also filter it. There's also a green bar. If you're checking the left, it might be too small to see on stream. But there's a green bar that shows exactly how much of that set you have, right? So I have quite a bit of this set. It also shows you which exact pieces you're missing and where they drop. So that's Mistress Zazine in Tomb of Sargeras, heroic, because I'm looking at the heroic version. So, by the way, there is a little bit of elitism about sets. To be clear, I am not one of those people. If you like a set and you just want to wear this, well, first of all, what's wrong with you? If you just want to wear this, okay, that's still a bad example.
No, that one's kind of cool. I like how it does the home.
Where is it? It should be like right here. Aberrus, there it is. If you just want to wear this, no judgment. Almost all the Aberrus gear is really, really cool. So like go at it, have fun. I admit I derive enjoyment from piecing together things that look like they match from completely different things. That's fun for me. Mm-hmm. I showed you my mage earlier, and none of her pieces are from the same set, right? None of them. I just made them work. I like doing that. You don't have to.
I like building mine to look like if this tune existed in real life and was going around and actually playing. Mm-hmm. Like what? Oh, by the way, I can hear us. I just heard us for a second.
That's funny.
But yeah, I like if that character, you know, if WoW was real life and that, you know, they were actually a hunter, like what would their, you know, what would they want, you know, what would their gear look like so that they were comfortable and capable of doing the things that they need to do.
So not this, in other words.
So my hunter looks like a hobo.
Yeah.
Because with the exception of the candle on her head.
Well, yeah.
because all of my tunes have a candle on their head.
This one, here we go. What's the really good one? Is it Death Knight? Aberrus has really good looking gear. Pax and I plan to go back and farm it, like probably in another expansion, because Aberrus just has really good looking gear. They brought their A game with a lot of these suits.
Yeah, my paladin looks like she is. My paladin is a healer, and she's running around in the equivalent of jeans with plate, little hip things over it, and like a hoodie. Because
there's a good one. This is normal priest. Normal diff. Notice the wings have physics to them. A lot of sets have physics items to them. Mythic version looks like this. Behold. I'm sorry. Aberrus just has really good gear. Hang on. I was told to look at Amir Drasil Death Knight. Oh, yeah, by the way, in case you can't tell, it's kind of grayed out, but it actually says the specific raid it is, so you can keep track. So I can just see this is Amir Drasil. So that's this raid. Death Knight. Oh, I don't like that. I remember this one. This is the one where your face is replaced with a skull. But if you're into that, you know, that's something you can do. I apparently have a couple of pieces of this. That's funny. Nighthold, Death Knight, Mythic. Hang on, we're still on Death Knight. So Nighthold's going to be down, 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 down. A little more down. There it is. Oh, yeah, no, I actually really like this suit. This is the not quite Lich King suit.
not quite Lich King.
And my favorite coloring is, I believe, normal. Yeah, right here.
Yeah, because he likes weird colors.
I do. It's true.
Yeah.
Again, Mythic is this one. It's got a few extra... Again, almost all of the Mythic stuff has extra spell effects because it's Mythic. Anyways, sorry. Lord Harriman says, can you change character stuff after character creation? Yes.
You
End
go
statement.
to the you go to the barber. That's
I'll
been
show it, I'll
in
show it.
existence for like ever.
And they've been expanding it over the years. And it's awesome. I don't have anything else to add to that.
Did you get a new flight thingy? What were those extra bubbles?
What extra bubbles?
A second ago, you had bubbles around your bubbles.
That's strange. I didn't even see it, so I don't know what you were referencing.
Y'all saw it, didn't you?
Yeah, help me out here. I wasn't paying attention, apparently. There it is. Over by itself. Gotta be unique, Stormwind.
But you have to go get the forms.
Yeah. That's a new one. So Lord Harriman actually has a very valid point. Some of these look too epic. Did you know there's a lot of very basic looking armor in this game, like my sister just referenced with her hobo set. In fact, and Jay Palmer just mentioned this, they very recently allowed the option to start transmogging white and gray gear. So,
I made quite a bit of gold selling BOE whites and grays.
yep, by hand. So there's the barber. See, barber. It also will show up on the map if you're tracking it. I'm not, for obvious reasons. So, and we're back in character creation. And it's just character creation again. It's just, hey, change what you look like.
It used to be that after you created a character, you could then go to the barber and get additional hairstyles.
Yep. And then they
That
just
is no longer true.
yeah, and then they just baked everything back into the character creator, which is a good change in my opinion.
Well, yeah, and it was probably they baked in the ability to get other hairstyles
Yeah,
and then backtracked.
probably. But yeah, so correct, Rax. Like I said, the transmog system wasn't actually all that good when it first came out. 15 years ago now. But it's been getting better every expansion, including this August.
No, it's been less than that.
It's Kata. So I don't remember how long it's been since Kata. When did Kata come out?
Because
Back when the Void... Anyone remember Void Storage? Is that even a thing anymore?
yes, kind of.
Hang on, let me go check. I don't remember where it was. It was over here.
Yeah, it's still there.
Void Storage, what do you know?
Yeah.
I don't have Void Storage unlocked to this character. Go figure.
Yeah.
There you go. Transmog was 2011, so it's been 13 years. You were correct. Oh yeah, here's where the Transmog vendor is, by the way, if you don't have the mount. And yeah, he has this full interface there. He will also show up on a mini-map if you track for it. And you can talk to a guard in town and be like, hey, where's the Transmog guy? What does Void Storage do? It's really pointless.
It used to do what Warbound storage does.
Yeah, it was back in Warlords, and it was a prototype bind on account thing.
Yeah.
And they wisely walked away from it.
Yeah. It still exists, probably because it's easier to just leave it there than it would be to figure out who has stuff in their void storage and where to send it.
Yep. Yeah, you could bank stuff there. I actually banked a decent... Here. Seven talents is going to be a little quicker. Top on Frozen. Because if I have anybody who has anything in the void storage, it'll be Frozen.
And anybody that's in those that never were, the guild bank is primarily his bank.
Yeah. You can take whatever you want from it. I don't care. But,
well, I think there's still a tab that's locked.
there is a tab that's locked, which is locked, so don't worry about it. Oh, I love this mount. Sorry, real quick. I like this mount.
I have that mount.
I forget where I got it.
We just got it. It showed up whenever
Oh, was it
the new
Travelers?
expansion or
Okay,
something.
okay.
Yeah.
Anyways,
It was either a being. Why didn't you just hearth?
Hearthing is slow.
This is also slow.
No, I just was aiming wrong. There we go. No, it's the wrong portal. No! Okay, now I was wrong. Now I was wrong. Okay, fine. Now I will hearth. It would have been faster if I hit the correct portal. Do Grummel creatures gain Transmog tech from the Ethereals and lore? Yes. No. Yeah, I know. That's another thing. Some people just straight up dislike the aesthetic of this game, and no judgment, obviously. There's nothing I can say or do about that. But if it's...
Why are you hearthed in Valdraken?
Because I haven't moved it. I haven't had a reason to. It is one step from a portal to Org. And let's be clear, Org and Stormwind are the portal hubs nowadays. That's been true for several expansions. If you don't like the aesthetic, that's fine. You know, I don't like how most anime looks, for example, so I understand completely. And that's essentially one of those, there's nothing you can do about it. What?
Have you just been eating icing?
Oh, I've been eating it with that. Very slowly. Yeah, One Piece is actually a perfect example. Is it a good anime? Or manga, excuse me. Probably. But I can't stand the look of it, so I just kind of don't get into that. Anyway, so. Bank. So, my bank is a little full of a lot of stuff. Believe it or not, this is actually, after I've done a pass of it. Because I keep a lot of things. Like, for example, there's my Shadowmourne. And there's my Thoradal. There's my Sulfuros. There's my Arcanite Ripper. Points, if you recognize it. There is the Frost Scythe of Ahun. The original. You can tell because it actually says this item has been removed from the game. There's my Warglaves of Azzinoth on my Warrior. There's my Thunder Fury. I also have the Horseman's Baleful Blade. Link's Sword of Mastery, also removed from the game. You know, the Master Sword. I got a couple of things. I held on to a lot of this stuff because I am a sentimental sap.
Why do you have bags?
Where do I have bags? Oh, yeah. So these are my Royal Satchels and my Hexweave bag. Those were the first max level bags I ever had. So I hold on to those for like, whatever. Sentimental purposes. I've also got some actual useful stuff here, but it's mostly just old transmog-y crap that I don't need anymore because I haven't. Like, for example, that was the first piece of raid loot I ever got out of Dragon Soul. It was from LFR. It was because it was the first LFR I ever did. I actually got that. I was like, yes. It's +4 strength.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
So good.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I've also got the Perpetual Leftovers. No use for that anymore. I still got it. I also have my Haunted Memento. By the way, I love the tooltip. It says this is probably one of the coolest items in the game. Do not get rid of it.
This item has been removed from the game.
Yep. Yep, that, yeah. I have a couple of things. Anyways.
You were looking at your void storage.
Yep, and I remember where that is in Org, too. What am I in combat with? God dang it.
You probably landed on a critter.
I did. I saw it at the last second. Is this one? Oh, it's the previous one. Previous one. Okay, void storage. What do I got? Hey, I actually do have stuff in there.
Oh, you have transmog stuff in there.
Already known.
Already known.
Already known. Oh, oh, oh. No, it's collected. I already have it.
It doesn't say.
There's the Piccolo. I have the Piccolo. I need to get... Hex was just talking about this. I need to get the Piccolo out. Is there any other toys in here I don't have? I love how many this item has been removed from the games I have in here. This is funny. There's Link's Boomerang, which I still have in here. This is also where I used to dump tabards because I couldn't bring it in myself to get rid of them. I kind of walked away from tabards at a certain point in time. A lot of my old trinkets that I held on to for just, you know, sentimental reasons. Like a lot of old trinkets. Like that one. I had to fight tooth and nail to get that. I was a tank during Icecrown Citadel. I was even a main tank during Icecrown Citadel. And everyone kept arguing that needed to go to the worst tank because they needed the help, essentially. And I had to fight tooth and nail to get that for myself because I wanted it for a specific fight, namely the Lich King fight. Because I was tanking the Lich King.
It still cracks me up that the guild's first kill of Lich King was because they brought me on.
Yeah.
And Gary being pissed at me for out healing him on my paladin when I was supposed to be the tank heal.
Look.
But the tank didn't die.
It's true. It's true. Okay, let's go. Transfer it out. Where's my Piccolo? There it is. I thought I had the Piccolo. Well, I was right.
You did. You had just...
I did. I just put it in void storage and then forgot it existed. Anyways, we should probably continue with interface stuff. So, sorry, let's go back over to...
Yeah, we're only 2 hours into this stream where I've just been sitting there.
I'm sorry. There's so much to cover. But the good news is the last thing at the moment. It's not. But, because we have to cover achievements. That's actually it. This is a very
manuscripts?
very good
I don't have
this is a mod.
Okay.
This is a way to keep track of all of the dragon customizations and exactly where you get them and exactly what you have, and it shows right there how many you have of each. Pax pointed me towards this, and yeah, it's a good way to just be like, hey, here's everything. So I'm missing that. Where do I get that? Ah, right there. Boom, done. Anyways, you can also do that for the dirigible. Yeah, that's why I keep it. Anyways.
You'll have to link me that add-on.
I will. It's actually called manuscripts, but I'll link it to you as a reminder. So, sets and items and sortable and searchable and categorizable and previewable and this is so many positives. So we'll tally that up later. Okay, so let's look at achievements. Now,
this has also gotten much better.
This is much improved. Achievements.
We are currently not in an expansion, Spartan. We are in UE.
Yes, we're about to be an expansion. I swear we're actually going to do some expansions because the second shift is probably going to be devoted towards starter zones for Blood Elf and possibly Drowned, depending on how fast we go.
We're starting with those two?
Yeah, we're starting with the worst and the BC stuff. Because we're doing BC first, right? Makes sense.
Yeah, and all of the other starter zones got a revamp in Kata, so
Bingo.
We'll be hitting those in Kata, I guess.
Bingo. So, here's your recent achievements, here's your progress in each category, here's all the sortables, there's a search feature, there's a filter. Most of the basic interface stuff I've been praising this whole time is here. There's guild stuff, which nobody cares about that, and there's statistics. How many things have I killed in this character? 264,598. That's a lot less than I thought.
Feel like.
Yeah, that cannot be right.
No, that grant experience or honor.
That makes more sense. So I've killed 265,000 humanoids. I've killed 646,000 creatures. I've done a lot of PvPing, actually, because this is frozen. I've gotten 310,000 killing blows. How many times have I died? 3,750 deaths. Guessing game is per
You've never
expansion.
died from drowning.
I'm an undead. I can't. I'm physically incapable of dying from drowning. I have done 15,240 quests, so that's cool.
It would be neat if they would show us like how many quests exist.
Yeah, it would, and that would be helpful. There's actually an add-on that does that. I even have that add-on. It's called Questy, I think. Let me double check. I gotta be staring at the queues. No, I am. Where is it?
Those are Z's.
Did I get
Q.
rid of it?
You do not have it.
I must have gotten rid of it. Hang on, I might also be getting the wrong name in my head. I recently did an add-on purge, so I've got a few. I might have gotten rid of it.
We have so many add-ons.
It's funny, because I just did an add-on purge. You'll notice a lot of them aren't on for all characters, too.
Yeah.
One more check, because I thought I had one. There's easy delete confirmed, by the way. Just reminding you about that.
Which I still haven't got.
There's manuscript's journal, excuse me, that's what it's called. Oh yeah, Minar's wardrobe helper. Just really quick, since screw playing this game. So this is invaluable for sweeping. What I mean by that is if you want to, wrong button. If you want to check what you have in a given instance, this is extremely useful. So it's gonna scan every transmog I have. It's gonna take a second because it's got to go down the list.
And it is nice because this means it is not using up CPU power.
Yep.
All the time.
Yeah, I can just run around and be like.
So a small bit of momentary frustration for something that is not going to cause you issues with performance when you don't own
the nuclear submarine. So
yeah,
I have 515 of 1,039 transmogs from Classic. And that's 7 of 22 from here, and so forth. I've got 14 of 18 from Ragefire.
Ooh.
And
I actually have 18 of 18 from
I'm
Ragefire.
missing several in Molten Core, and I can click this, and here's what I'm missing from Molten Core. Now, you may or may not notice this is everything. So leather, cloth, and etc. That's actually new because of August.
Yeah.
So this is literally, whatever. This is literally everything. So if you want to truly sweep, like me, because me and Pax absolutely want to go back and fill out these bars at some point, this is a very, very useful add-on. And it's Monar's wardrobe helper, if anybody's interested in that. I have a lot of Ulduar. Look at that.
Yep.
Damn. Anything else? Do I have anything? I have a ton of Shadowfang Keep. I have a ton of Firelands.
You have finished the Stone Core.
Oh, geez, I have. You're right. I have almost finished Throne of Three Winds and Firelands. That's not surprising. And
it's not surprising.
look at Throne of Thunder.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Throne of Thunder and Terrace of the Endless Springs. Damn. And, oh my god, I've done a lot of Pandaria raids. Look at that.
Well, yeah, because of Mom.
That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. You're right. You're absolutely right. Oh, I love doing this kind of stuff, Lord Hermon. I also have a lot of Draenor, but not a lot of anything else in Draenor. Legion. Yeah, not a lot of Legion. I should have, I should have nothing in BFA and nothing in Shadowlands. I've got nothing in Dragonflight.
Well, yeah, because you didn't raid in Dragonflight.
Yeah, I didn't raid. And then there's just some custom categories you got there. But anyways, cool. All the things, which, by the way, if you've been paying any attention, you've noticed all the things, because I like to leave it on. It's this thing up here in the upper middle-ish.
It's also, whenever you mouse over a piece of gear in your character.
No.
They can't. Look, I'm going to point at the screen. It's also this.
It's that, right there. No, but she's right.
Underneath the sell price on your tooltip, and at the top on the right, where it has the blue collected, that is all from all the things, which I put him on.
Yep. No, all the things is a great add-on for anybody who's interested in collecting. It is also customizable. If you're not interested in toys, if you're not interested in certain types of things, just
something else that I discovered today that they added in probably with the August patch is if you have a BOE that you have not collected and you sell it to the vendor, it now collects the appearance.
I noticed that.
Regardless of having equipped it.
I noticed that last week because we were doing anniversary stuff, and I kept equipping it and then unequipping and then selling it, equipping it, unequipping, selling it. And I was like, you know what? I wonder. Here's all the things, by the way. I have 43.82% of this game.
Yeah.
I'm proud of that.
Of all the things. And that is, all the things doesn't just count transmog, it counts pets, toys,
it is
glyphs for that stuff. Yeah, it's literally, it's all the
it is
all the things.
Yeah. Anyways, enough. So, achievements, right. So we were talking about achievements.
Are you sure?
So most of this is whatever. It's your typical achievement thing. It's a little bit easier to sort and parse and thing than say.
And they added in the search bar, which is
the search bar it's not actually as good as the other ones.
You need to give a positive for the search bar.
But it is still a decent search bar. It's like, here's all the Pathfinder stuff, for example.
But you need to give a positive for the fact that the search, because that didn't used to exist, and you used to have to scroll through all of this shit, and make a note.
Okay.
Search bar. Positive. Not just the search bar in general, not just the.
I've been giving that per thing.
Okay, that's fine then.
So let's talk about achievements.
All the things that have search bars are positives.
Preach calls achievements damaging the community. Preach is a moron. All right, so the achievements, obviously most of this is just for fun stuff, It's optional hard mode stuff. The parts that matter are the ones that actually give something in reaction. Usually a transmog, a toy,
Or a
mount. So, for example, let's go back to maybe this. No, hang on.
Oh, there's also titles. Yeah,
And titles.
Yeah.
God, I forgot about titles. World of...
WoW
here we
has
go.
so much.
Here we go. So
We're gonna be randomly going through stuff and being like, we never talked about.
that's gonna happen. So Remix Pandaria. This is the remix thing that just came out. You notice I have all of it.
I don't.
Yes, I am proud of that. Thank you for asking. But yeah, so some of these would give you currency. Some of them give you, so that gives you an appearance. That one gave you an item. That's something I need to throw away. It's just mustard.
Oh, that's the honey mustard for the salad.
And you know I don't like dressing, so I just didn't use it.
Yeah.
And then I think most of this just gave you currency. Oh, here we go. That one gave you a toy. That one gave you a mount.
Yeah.
Yeah. Note to new players: don't even go down this rabbit hole. But the majority,
you can't do any of those now.
in my opinion, the majority of the really good mounts in this game come from achievements. Let me use a specific example of a type of achievement that's very regular. It goes all the way back to Wrath. Okay. So if you look up here in Dungeons and Raids, you'll notice there's something called let's glory of the such and such raider, this difficulty, and it lists a bunch of achievements for that. And when you do it, you get the Icebound Frostbreath thing.
So this is an achievement for doing achievements.
Yep, it's called a meta.
And these are these vary in types. Sometimes they are. Are you just
keep talking? I'll get there.
These are achievements at this point.
3 in a row. It got the blue protodrake 3 in a row. Sorry, go ahead.
You were mad at me when I got that.
I was so mad about that. Continue.
Because it was the first time I was in there, and you hadn't ever seen it dropped, and you're talking about how rare it was, and then it dropped, and I won the roll, and you and Gary and Pax were all pissed at me for like a week.
Yep. To this day, I am proud of this mount, and I'm unashamed of that, because I got this when it was hard.
So these are one of two things. They're either complete something on this difficulty,
like heroic right here,
or it is complete this in a specific way,
which is always harder and usually against the normal way you do the fight.
Yes.
So, like, for example, my personal favorite, and the one we were stuck on for the longest time, is all you can eat. For those of you who know, you know. But I'm going to try to describe this for people who don't. So, Syndragos, yeah, it's optional challenge stuff that rewards you with stuff. All you can eat is Syndragosa. No one in the raid can receive more than 5 stacks of a buff she throws out every few seconds.
Which means you have to keep everybody alive.
And you have to actually fight a very hard fight while ensuring that everyone is rotating in and out of the line of sight features, which are created by players constantly.
And this is in 25 player mode, which means you have to coordinate 25 people.
Also, if one person screws up, the whole raid doesn't get it.
Yep.
By the way, that counts the tanks. So the tanks, which I was one of, had to swap every few seconds. Please think about swapping a dragon tank every few seconds. Because remember what dragons do.
Mm-hmm.
And she's no exception.
She breathes on you.
Yeah.
And you have to go get behind line of sight.
I to this day, I'm angry at this achievement for existing. I have it, obviously.
Yep, and you got it at time.
Yep, I got it when it was hard.
It also shows
it's
when you got it.
Over there on the right.
So, yeah, you could go back and get that achievement right now.
And it'd be a joke.
Because there's one of you, and you just kill her.
Yeah. No, this took us months. But it's worth noting, and for the record, I like this. If Lord Harrowmont or Raximus, who just started the game, got to max level and then went back to Ice Crown Citadel, 25-man, and just nuked her in the face, you'd still get that achievement.
Yep.
Now, to be clear, I'm in favor of that. I know I'm absolutely in the minority here, but I am totally in favor of that. It's a bouncy ball. Because first of all, screw gatekeeping and screw elitism, just to put that as bluntly as I possibly can.
It is not a very bouncy ball.
But second of all, because if I really cared about, it reduces FOMO, which is always good. But if I really care to show off that I did that on the day, I've got a freaking timestamp.
And when you link it, it tells you the timestamp.
Yeah, by the way, I'll do it in Guild. So there, I can just link that right there.
And then
click it up. And
it shows,
achievement earned by this character on this date.
And if I were to go and click on that to open that up out of the guild,
it would say whether or not she has it too.
It'll tell, and I don't on the character that I'm on.
Mm-hmm.
But it would say you have not completed this, or you completed this on such and such.
And the final reason I'm in favor of that, if Rax or Lord Hairmont wants the mount I'm on right now, you should have the option to get that.
Yeah.
So as much as I absolutely brag to hell and back of the fact that I have the Amani Bear mount, and I do, because I got this when it was hard. Oops, hang on. I firmly believe other people should have the option to get this mount.
I have that mount.
By the way, you cannot get this mount anymore. It is gone.
They took it because they took the raid out.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons I'm so proud of this, is because I can fundamentally prove that I did this when it was hard, because that was the only time you could get it. I was the tank for that group, too.
Yeah. I did not, it is noteworthy, I did not get that mount while it was real. I got that mount, I just got that mount before they took the raid out.
Yeah, I remember that. Pax did that, too. That's how he has it. Yeah, so, my opinion, I know I'm in you just AFK'd out. I know I'm in the minority here. I don't care. You should have these options. You should be able to get these. Let me point to something else. Let me switch over to Zalash for just a second, because we said we were going to talk about titles.
I did get it before it became 100% drop, though.
Yeah.
I think I got mine before Pax got his.
Pax got his the Monday before the patch where they got rid of it. And I remember that.
I got mine before he got his.
Yeah.
Because I had mine before we went back and did this and got it. Because we got it for Evo too, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wait, no. We got the new one for Evo. Because there's a different one.
Well, I got mine before that happened.
So, you may or may not notice I have a title, The Undying. Let me start by saying that I've never taken that title off this character, and I'm very proud of that title. But
I don't remember what that title comes from.
So you cannot get that title anymore, along with several other titles. Blizzard fixed this. The way you get the Undying title is you do all of Noxoramus. Yeah.
Microsoft, fix it.
You do all of Noxoramus without anyone dying at any point in time with a couple of asterisks.
And he got his at time, which is much harder than that would be today.
Yeah, yeah.
Because today you walk in with one of you and you just don't.
And just run. No, I love the Undying title. It's so me, because I'm a tank, right?
And he's an undead.
Mm-hmm. Now, granted, I'm technically a blood elf right now, but let's ignore that. And so that is my title. I have dozens, probably hundreds of titles, but I've been sitting on the Undying for a very long time.
My favorite was the one you got for killing Heroic Lich King.
Oh, Light of the Dawn or something like that?
No.
It was. It's right there. I just saw it. The Light of Dawn. Or Kingslayer, which is 10 man. Kingslayer was 10 man. Light of Dawn is 25 man.
Yeah.
That's funny. They're right next to each other, coincidentally.
Yeah.
Because it's just alphabetized. There's a lot of titles in this, by the way.
Yep.
I like to pick a different title per person. Speaking of which, cosmetic titles. That goes in our gameplay. So, cosmetic titles, cosmetic mounts, cosmetic
toys.
Toys. Oh, I already did toys. I already wrote down toys. And we'll get to Transmog later, because I can't possibly just give 3 positives for this. But I think that's it. But hang on, I'm sorry. If you'll forgive me, one last thing. I actually had in my mind a specific achievement I wanted to show to you to explain how the extra challenge mode stuff works, okay? So there's a boss in Cataclysm. It's a Cataclysm dungeon. And you have to do it on hard. So all of these achievements require you to doing hard mode. Sorry, I was looking over here, so I looked away for just a second. It is under S. So there it is. Boom. Baron Ashbury, okay? So when you're doing heroic mode of this, what he does is he asphyxiates you. He links you up to the air and damages you over 6 seconds, and he brings your health to 1 health, okay? Immediately after that, he casts Stay of Execution, which will then heal you back up to 50% of your max health. It's supposed to be a thing to kind of like add a little bit of an interrupt, oh crap moment, and it's also unavoidable damage, so the healers have stuff to do. We've talked about the concept of unavoidable damage. We'll talk about it a lot as we go through this. Now, that's just part of his mechanic. The other stuff is just other stuff he does, but that's the main gimmick of his fight, right? The achievement, do not let him cast Stay of Execution. Now, if you're paying attention, what that means is he'll asphyxiate you, and then the whole party has 1 health.
At 1 health.
And then kill him. That is how achievements work. That's how challenge mode achievements work. They're awesome, to be clear. I actually really love the creative, fun, interesting stuff they come up with over the years to come up with things to make fights more interesting. And almost all of those challenge mode stuffs are part of a meta, which gets you a title, a mount, a toy, or an outfit.
And sometimes multiple.
And sometimes multiple, yeah.
Because sometimes the individual achievement also gets you a something.
Yeah, something Pax and I really want to go back and do at some point is start
Should
getting...
I be going upstairs now?
Yeah, I'm going to go and actually finally start Kara.
Okay.
Something Pax and I really want to do someday is go back, because we skipped over BFA and Shadowlands optional achievements. Obviously, it's not going to be hard anymore, but we really want to go and actually start getting those because we just kind of skipped those expansions. So yeah, those challenges can be fun and awesome and amazing, and yeah, they're very optional. Optional, rewarding, and fun. Plus, plus, plus. Moving on. Yeah, some of them can still be... There are some Pandaria ones we actually had trouble with going back to, because we're missing a couple. Are there bullcrap achievements that are just crazy? Actually, yes. And we'll talk about that in just a second, because that's a valid thing to bring up. But before I do that, I'll do difficulty, options, mutators, and achievements. And we'll probably do just a triple for that.
Yay.
Hi. So really quick, one last thing, I swear. Why is optional?
Told me I could come back upstairs.
Optional. Hang on, you broke my brain, Dakota. So even if something's optional, first of all, optional is actually an asterisk. I know that sounds strange, but the definition of optional is not as concrete as you think. By the way, you're at the second Kara. We need to be at the first Kara, sis, which is down here. I noticed that earlier.
Well,
I'm just pointing it out. But yeah, something that's optional is still bad, right? It's something that is still in the game that is still bad. So the fact that it's optional makes it better from the perspective of the player, but it doesn't diminish it from being bad, right? That's the logic. Reviews consider all content in a game, which is why when Lord Oramat says, what about bullcrap achieves? He is correct. Let me tell you a bullcrap achieve, okay? This is one I just did. So you may or may not have noticed. I'm sorry, sis. Give me 1 second. Over on the right, I have something called a World Awoken tract. Now, I'm pretty well into this, actually. But this is kind of bullcrappy because we have to... Like, some of these are fine. And then there's You Know How to Reach Me, which is a secondary meta. This one sucks. This is a terribly designed meta. I hate this meta. There's so many individual things I could point to. Let me point to specifically Scroll Hunter. You have to find 50 sealed scroll maps in the post-storm Forbidden Reach. What that means is you have to kill elites who have a chance to drop a map. And when I say a chance, I mean about a 1 in 100 chance, which doesn't sound very rare until you think about killing 100 elite mobs. You also need 50 of those. That is pure grind. Nothing more, nothing less. It literally took me days. I would pop on periodically and spend like 10 or 20 minutes smashing through a few elites, and then take the maps, and then I would log off, and then I would log in, and log off, and log in. And almost every single one of these achievements in that specific, in the Forbidden Reach, all of these suck to some extent or another. Doorbuster's easy, but like, for example, Hoarder, open 100 small treasures. Now, the only reason this one was even doable is because I have an ability called the Anomaly Detection Mark 1. What this does, I'll even show it to you right now. Oh, I can't use it here. It makes the whole world go grayscale, except for anything you can interact with, which you can suddenly see through terrain and will glow. If it wasn't for that, I never would have finished that, because you have to run around and loot 100 random loot things that spawn randomly across a whole zone. And that's it. That's all you have to do. This took days. These are bullcrap achievements. And WoW absolutely does have bullcrap achievements. So we're just going to put that under padding for bullcrap. And we're going to double that.
Don't forget to write the word achievements.
Yep. I'll type up more thoughts later, as I always do. But that is a good thing to point out, Lord Hammer, because there are absolutely bullcrap in this game. Okay. Moving on. Kara! Hey! I have the key, sis. So, Karazhan was the first 10-man raid in this game. It was an experiment. They did 10-man and then 25-man. This would eventually develop into the normal and then heroic concept. But back in the day, this was considered easier and kind of like a tutorial raid. So the first thing you're supposed to do is you're actually supposed to come over here and do the servants' quarters and all the beasts. Nobody does this because this is all trash. So we're going to skip that completely. Like, seriously, even the loot over here is not worth it. No, the actual first boss you want to do is you want to go over this way. Oh, yeah, actually, don't kill the boss until Spartan gets here. He might need the mount. Zul'Gurub was earlier, Ubris was earlier, and BRD was earlier. But for all intents and purposes, Kara was the first of what we consider the modern...
You realize that getting the mount has a timed component in it, and you're going to be monologuing?
Well, that's why I'm waiting for him to show up right now. I'm monologuing now. I'm being efficient.
Okay.
Yeah, Spartan's asking for a summon. Why? There's also attunements. We don't talk about those.
I don't remember how to get out.
I have had...
It's the big green thing behind the door.
Yes. I have had 3 or 4 comments on my YouTube saying, wait a minute, this isn't how the game is anymore, because people are apparently stupid. When I'm talking about how the game used to be, I don't mean how the game is now. I don't know how better to say that. Anyways, so. Karazhan. So this was kind of a tutorial thing. You had 1 or 2 tanks. I hate attunements, and I hate Huthor. And, Trash, so the raid design was a little bit different. Trash didn't really give anything worthwhile. Instead, Trash was approached differently. The idea behind Trash in most of these was to be part of the encounter rather than just garbage you push through, like the stat stuff. So most of the Trash had actual mechanics in this place, and some of the Trash was designed to be a tutorial for the boss you're coming up to. So, we have these stupid chargers. These stupid chargers will absolutely kill you if you overpull them, because they're stupid chargers. We've also got the Spectral Stable Hands, which if you roam up to, they'll be like, hey, what's up? And he's like, hey, don't kill me. And then you kill him. And he's like, no. But they're all ghosts. That's so strange. They're all undead. How strange. I don't know your character name, Primarch. Help me out. Also, you can talk to the Nightman here, and he's like, who's Midnight? Oh, he's this horse over there. Oh, that's cool. It's, okay. So that's... Oh, I'm not party lead. You're party lead, but I can hit this. By the way, you can suggest invites, which is a nice feature. So even if you're not party lead, you can invite, technically. Yes, this is a BC...
Primarch's name is Primarch.
Primarch. I never would have guessed.
And he is the mage.
I never would have guessed. He is a mage. I'm too stupid to put these things together. Anyways, so hang on. Rewind a second. Let's give a very, very, very brief lore tidbit. Ley lines exist in this setting. Ley lines are confluences of magical energy. When ley lines converge, they create nexus points. One second. When you build stuff on nexus points, weird stuff happens. There's a lot of weird magical energy here. So this is functionally a haunted house because there's a lot of magical energy pumping through this place constantly, and a whole lot of people were murdered and killed here. So this place is cursed in addition to being a magical nexus place, okay? So there's Midnight over there. Just hanging out. So let's switch to talking about gameplay for just a second. I'm sorry, I'm doing this really out of order, but I've been talking too much this morning, and I apologize. That's Midnight. He is what we call a barrier boss. Now, if you're paying attention, I've been talking about barrier bosses this whole time. But in BC, they shifted the barrier bosses forward. In other words, do you have the gear to do this raid? So the first intended boss in here was Midnight, was actually Ottoman the Huntsman. And it's mostly just a straight up...
You can do those.
It's mostly just a straight up stat check. He has an AoE, which silences. He does a charge attack to people who are further out. And he hits pretty hard, and that's kind of it. Do you have the gear to fight this guy? Yes, no. So I'm going to go body pull, because this can actually get wonky, because you notice Ottoman isn't actually here. There we go. And now we're going to do this. And that should summon Ottoman. And then we wait for a second until he spawns properly. There we go. Good. We're good. Did anyone get the mount?
I need to pull out the...
That's okay. Now, this is technically a mega dungeon, but it's actually a raid. So I could go that way, or I could go back the way we came. Now, I'm going to go back the way we came because it's the way I know more. But the point is there are multiple routes through here. It all is about which type of trash you prefer to deal with, and which bosses you want to fight in which order. So that's awesome, actually. Thank you, Huthor, by the way, for answering what the magical veins are thing. So, we've got a decent first boss. We got the doorman here. We go up here. We got this big hallway. Also, we're starting to get into brickwork positives, so that's cool. Look at this place. And then this music starts, and there's a ballroom with a bunch of ghosts dancing. I know this is all cliched, but this was actually kind of cool. Hell, I'm going to go ahead and say this is still cool, to be frank. Also, there's a lot of different classes of enemies here, so it's also kind of an element of gameplay. Almost all of the guests are trash. In other words, they're normal mobs as opposed to raid mobs, except for the servants. The servants who patrol are much harder. In other words, you're encouraged to try and pull apart the guests, burn them down to the ground, and avoid the servants, right? So there's some logic and design to it. You have to be careful about what you pull and when. There's also the valets. They are also elites. Same thing with this room. Same thing with this room right here. A whole bunch of guests. They're all trash. But then you've got the ghostly stewards over there, and you've got the skeletal waiters. Those are your actual elites, right? So in a given encounter, the thing you care about is that one skeleton, not those 20 guests. And yeah, the stewards were mean. What our usual approach was to kind of clear this entire first room, along with several bits of the waiters, then pull apart the stewards, CC one of the stewards, and focus the other one down. We've talked about this concept before. It's going to start becoming a lot more standardized. These are heavies. Heavies have health, and they do damage. It's not necessarily just melee damage, white damage, but heavies are things that are supposed to be much harder than other trash. It's a very, very common concept. I think FF14 uses this as well. Quote me if I'm wrong here. By the way, if we went the other route, we would have come up through this door right here. And yeah, look at those doodads. By the way, doodads, we're starting to get into doodad positives. Check this out. All kinds of stuff. You'll notice if you're paying attention, this is...
you can sit on the chairs.
You can, actually. You can sit in the chairs. The chairs... Whoops, I didn't mean to loot. The chairs are not actually perfect because, of course, this is a ruined place. Some of the candles are knocked over. Some of the food is knocked over. I don't see any flies here, but I do see the occasional skeleton and cobweb. Because this place has been dead for a while. Like, that guy literally has an apple in his mouth. Someone manually placed that. That's what doodads mean. As we talked about. Blizzard invented the damn term.
Orange in his mouth.
Where? Oh, the... Where?
Pig.
Oh, the pig. I see it. Yep, the pig has an orange in his mouth. That's right.
Pigs all have oranges in their mouths.
This is awesome. So we're just going to go ahead and jot down.
Doodads.
Karazhan and doodads. Karazhan.
Oh, come look at this one.
What am I?
There's an arrow through its eye.
Which one? Where?
Over here.
I lost my sister. Oh, you're way over here. No wonder I didn't see you.
I'm in a corner.
So, oh wow. Yeah, there's an arrow in its eye there. Someone was aiming.
The apple that
yeah,
was on its head.
Yeah, someone was aiming for the... I've never seen this before. Someone was aiming for the apple, and instead, they hit the eye. We haven't really covered zones yet, nor will we until a little bit. Because we're trying to cover stuff that's disconnected right now. Hang on. Ganas would like to suggest a negative.
And that negative.
I get you. So, no, that makes perfect sense. I'm not sure if that actually applies as much anymore. I'd have to... I'll jot that down as a potential Ganas, and I'll do some tests off camera to check that. So we'll put that here. Unclear indicators. Because I know... You know what we're talking about, right? It says... Like, hey, there's an AoE. Am I out of it? I think so. Ugh. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
And sometimes you are and sometimes you're not.
Yep. Nowadays, they are much more clear about that. So Ganas is correct on that front. More
Martin,
quality of life stuff.
do you need those gloves you picked up off that first boss?
So, Morose was our first coordination check. Everyone had their own personal preferences on how to do this. So, I forget which is which. But one of the it's that one. She does dots and mana burns. She heals. He hits like a truck. That's the tank's job. And he over there, he does a bunch of damage melee. So you pull these four out. They are CCable. They're tankable. They're kiteable. So you'll notice all of a sudden you have multiple options to deal with this trash. You notice this is already much better than most of the previous ad fights. In fact, this is probably technically a council fight because I believe this came out after Mulgar. Once you finish all four of them, then you actually fight Morose himself. Morose, well, he's a rogue. And he bleeds you, and bleeds you, and bleeds you. So Morose is kind of a built-in soft enrage. This is actually a fairly good fight and a fairly good opening coordination check. Boop. Do I need anything from him? I do not. I'm not going to loot him. Oh, wait. No, I have to, because it says someone else might need something there. But it's a ring. Nobody cares. Yeah, Maiden of Virtue is actually pretty bad about hitboxes. We'll talk about that. So, we've already got some decent trash designs. Hang on. Go up to the positives. Trash, Kara. What is this? Ballroom. And Boss, Morose. Okay, moving on. Oh yeah, Malchazar had some pretty bad fires about that, I agree. So we go up here. There's actually, once again, there are multiple routes to get up here. I'm just going my preferred route. Lots more of these guests and servants, so same general trash we just dealt with. Nothing super fancy here. I don't actually remember Uthor. But if it's true, then I'll believe you. We'll go ahead and kill the maiden. There's no reason not to. Optimal content. So down here we have Spectral Sentries. These are very basic tank and spanks, but you don't want them involved in any other fight. Guardsmen, same thing, except they stun, which really sucks to tank. Then we've got the Succubi, which are Succubi. So the way they work, I killed them too quickly, and I don't think it's possible to kill them slow enough to show it off. But when they take enough damage, they revert to their demonic form. And they're like, I'm a Succubi now. And they will mind control or CC you. So you've got Succubi, you've got debuffers, and you've got hard hitters and stunners. So you can already see kind of the combos going on in terms of trash design here. All of that leads you down this corridor. Notice it's a relatively short corridor with relatively little trash up to the Maiden of Virtue. Oh, the Maiden of Virtue. Okay, so she has some inconsistency stuff. Don't kill her. Let's just body pull her so we can show off a little bit of this. Hi, what's up? There we go. Oh, I have sound off, don't I? My bad. There is voice acting in here. So she does Holy Ground. Stay out of that. Because the Holy Ground mutes you. It silences you. Now, this was irritating back in the day because it meant you basically couldn't tank her as a paladin, among other things. It also meant any melee who casted, and believe it or not, plenty of melee abilities are cast abilities you couldn't use in melee.
Warriors had cast abilities.
Yeah, it was weird. That's been smoothed over a little bit in more modern times, but back in the... Oh yeah, so there's that Chain Lightning. Yep. Yeah, Shamans is another good example of that. Yeah, that's right. God, that was a while ago. And that's actually kind of it, except for that. So she does Repentance. If Repentance hits you... So Repentance is an incapacitate. In other words, you're completely...
She is at 84% from smacking us.
I think she's just getting thorns.
She is.
If you get incapacitated, you're stunned, usually for a long period of time, but any damage you take breaks it. So the big coordination of this fight was watch for when she's about to use Incapacitate, and when she's getting close to it, get into range of her Consecrate.
Cast out.
And then Consecrate breaks it out, and then you get right back out of the Consecrate. And that was most of the fight. There's not much to it.
Comes. Will your conscience be clear?
Yeah, it's a set cooldown. So some bosses...
Gloves.
Put that in the pile. Some bosses will use abilities at certain points in time. Some bosses will use them whenever they feel like it. Some bosses have internal cooldowns, which determines when you can kill them, or when they can use their abilities, but they will not necessarily use them the moment they're on cooldown. So that's the 3 types of boss timers. So then we have this area. We're now into the Opera Hall. So this is the Opera Hall. Once again, I love how like bedraggled this place looks and torn apart because all these ghosts obviously haven't really been upkeeping the hall itself. Yeah, BC tended to use priority lists for the most part. I think they vary nowadays. I could be wrong about that. Don't quote me on that. Because I haven't dug into the mechanics of modern raids as much as I know about the older ones. So, nice big, harpsichord over there. Or organ, excuse me. Not harpsichord. And there's a stage over there. Now, there's actually a couple of ways we could go right now, including just down here like this. Hey, what's up? Calicos. We don't talk about Calicos. Whoop! Whoop! That's what we call fail.
If you run into a wall.
A little bit. Anyways, so we can just scooch down here. Like I said, once again, there are 3 ways to get here. I've kind of been talking about this whole time. I know I'm not showing them all off. But there's some interesting level looping going on through here. Then we have these guys. These guys suck. Because these guys explode on death. It's not actually explode on death. They explode when they get low on health. But that's pretty much the mechanic. Oh, no, they do explode on death. They just did it. So never mind, I'm wrong. They're fun. They're irritating. They can go directly to hell. Then we talk to Barnes. Everything's in place. Are you ready for your big debut? I'm not an actor. Don't worry.
all the actors
You'll
in the
be
last room.
fine. You look like a natural. So, he's going to talk in a second, but this is one of 3 random fights. Any guesses which one we'll get?
14 slot bag.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this evening's presentation. Tonight, we explore a tale.
Oh, I almost never get this one.
Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah,
The one that we got like 3 times in a row. And
yeah. And kept bugging it out.
Yeah. At least now we know the strat, so none of us hit any buttons.
Yeah, we'll get this.
But don't take it from me. See for yourself.
As if you bug
what
this fight out, you
tragedy
can't do
lies
that.
ahead When the
Shit.
paths of star-crossed lovers meet.
Or is it the
Now-
kid? in
It's the new one.
rest of the dungeon?
That's the new one. We don't have to worry about that here.
Oh.
But you are correct. It is, you cannot progress if you do that wrong. So yeah, there's the Big Bad Wolf, there's Wizard of Oz, and then there's Romeo and Juliet are the 3 options here. Romeo and Juliet's actually a fairly basic fight. I'll talk about that one last. Big Bad Wolf is kind of a...
Devil art thou that dost torment
I'll
me
shut up
thus.
till while they're talking. Boom.
Romulo, I come. Oh, this do I drink to thee.
Yes, they're deliberately bad actors, before you ask.
Wilt thou provoke me? Then have at thee, boy! Oh, thou smilest upon the stroke that
Come, gentle knight, and give me back my Romulo.
God, they're so bad.
Oh, happy dagger, this is thy sheath. There rust, and let me die.
Applaud. Bravo. Bravo. Terrible voice acting. Alright, so... No, that's deliberate bad voice acting if it's not obvious. So, that fight's actually a fairly simple one. First you fight her, she's a healer. Then you fight him, he's a poison rogue. Then you fight both at the same time. That's kind of it. The Wizard of Oz one is actually...
Go behind here?
Yeah. Oh, well, maybe not.
I'm stuck. There we go, I'm unstuck.
Anyways, the
Nope, I'm stuck.
The Big Bad Wolf
There we
one was hard for some people, but it's one of those ones which is either really hard or extremely easy. So the Big Bad Wolf is basically just a tank and spank. You pull him over here and he's like, hi, rah, 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 and that's kind of it. However, periodically he will target one member of the raid who is not the tank, and he will turn them into Little Red Riding Hood, which gives them a massive speed buff, and he will then fixate that person. So you want to tank him over in a corner like this, so when he does it, whoever turns into Red Riding Hood, can just run and kite him around the room like this and try to get away, because you can outrace him. But you want to be using the edges, because otherwise he'll beeline for you and he'll just catch you, right? So, wee, run, 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 run. And then you go back to the fight. That's kind of it. The third fight is probably the actual hardest and most complex of these. That's Wizard of Oz. So, hang on. So, Wizard of Oz... oh, it's not going to say here, is it? Yeah, it's not. Okay, so Wizard of Oz is... there's the Scarecrow, there's the Tin Man, there's... oh god, what's her name? The Twit. And there's the Lion. I think it's all 4 of them. The Twit is kind of a nothing burger, but she summons her stupid dog, and her dog can go directly to hell. Dorothy, thank you. The Tin Man, he's actually funny. So you cast ice spells on the Tin Man, which slowly rust him. The Tin Man hits like an absolute truck. Actually, I think a Tin Man hits you like a truck hitting you with another truck. However, the more you rust him, the more he slows. So it gets to the point where he's just walking around like this. So the Tin Man is extremely easy to deal with. I believe he also rusts over time. Don't quote me on this. I don't remember exactly. And then there's the Scarecrow. He's a joke to deal with. All you have to do is set him on fire. Anytime he takes fire damage, he just goes, oh my god, I'm on fire. I'm on fire, oh my god, oh my god, oh my
An
god.
elemental shaman or a fire mage.
Yep, or a warlock. And I think that's actually it.
Or Warlock.
And then the final one was Lion.
Don't Holy Priest also have like a fire or like a holy fire
I
ability?
don't remember if they had it at this point in time. Holy Fire is a spell, but I don't remember if it was a thing at this point in time. I know we didn't have it. Anyways, each of them has their own little weakness. You exploit their weaknesses, and you kill whichever ones you want to kill first. There's a lot of different kill orders, depending on what your setup is. Most people kill the Tin Man last, because he is extremely easy to deal with. And go after Dorothy and Toto first. And then usually you go after the Lion, because he's a dick, and he fears, because he's a dick. Then you fight the other ones.
Anything that fears is a dick.
Anything that fears is a dick. So I'm feeling a single positive for the whole Opera Hall, because most of these are fairly basic fights, but they're still good, and we're still starting to get into what actual good boss design is. Now we move up, we see more ghosts. Don't worry, we're about to be done with ghosts. Let's speed this up a little bit. Is that why I don't PvP? I don't like dealing with dicks, that's true. No homo. Alright, up.
Really? That's like a 90s thing. They don't do that anymore.
Listen, I'm not down for the 90s, no homo. Alright, now. So anybody who's done the modern Kara, this should probably look a little bit familiar. Oh yeah, those guys throw gold at you, by the way. Notice the music shift. So that was all functionally a wing. All of that was the haunted tower. Now we're getting into the ruined tower. Completely different vibe and tone. Here we have actual straight up just specters roaming around. Ruins, rubble, bones, rock. This whole place is completely falling apart and dilapidated. Yeah, no, this is like I said, this is functionally a whole different wing. I don't know if I could summon the boss. I'll find out in a second. If I can't, it's not the end of the world. You probably can't. What am I saying? You're on Zanriel.
I can't what?
Nope, there it is. Okay, I'll wait for everyone. So, we're just going to wait here for a second. Until everyone gets here. Everyone who's coming. Yeah, this is your optional super boss. Again, a fairly common concept back in the day. You actually had to have already done the raid and then do a quest chain which goes into a few other things in order to be able to even gain access to this. I think they've just straight up gotten rid of that requirement. I could be wrong, because I know I've done that quest.
By jumping off the edge.
Because I know I've done that quest chain on this character. But yeah, this is going to be Nightbane. Is map right now? Holy crap! I do not see Spark. I'm not going to wait. Boom! We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it live.
I think he got lost.
That's okay. Okay, so they have flat out removed the attunement. I'm going to wait patiently for the cutscene to play. There we go. Okay, so there's Nightbane. He is a dragon. He's technically an undead dragon, but I say technically because he's kind of not. It would be more accurate to say that Nightbane was a dragon who was burned alive from within and forced to keep living. Nightbane was brutal. There's a reason this is the optional hard boss. We're just going to kill him real quick. He's going to go to phase 2. This is fantastic because we get to show off what phase 2 is. Yeah, this is a blue dragon. He's going to do a deep breath. His animations are a little buggy. And he's going to breathe bones. You see those? Each of those is spawning a restless skeleton. Getting these together and then grouping with these is pretty much the entire mechanic of dealing with phase 2. These guys hit pretty hard. They had stacking fun stuff. And then we're going to do another deep breath. He himself he's a typical dragon. By the way, typical dragon, you're fighting on a fairly narrow area, so he had to deal with that, too. Yeah, he literally just came here to be like, Medivh, you're being reckless with magic. And Medivh burned him alive. Yeah, no, those bones hurt, by the way. Speaking of someone who used to tank this, those bones hurt. That's why, you notice they spawn in different spots instead of all in one spot? That's on purpose. Because you wanted to have one of your tanks over here grabbing those two, and then one of your other tanks grabbing those two, and then probably some people kiting like the one or two left. So then God, his animations are so buggy. It's actually funny.
Because we killed him too fast.
Yeah, I know. Arcane Fire, Trihexia. Although probably some fell as well, if we're being honest, considering who Medivh was at this point in time. So then he lands, and he runs over, and then we kill him. But yeah, this was a properly hard fight. Oh, I actually needed that. One of the only items I needed in here. But yeah, this...
Well, give it to me.
No, but it's a transmog. So that was a properly hard fight, and a properly well-designed hard fight.
Yeah, but it looks cool.
And yeah, we eventually put poor Nightbane out of his misery. So now we got to ascend up to the top of the tower. Because all this, we have barely moved. If you're paying attention to the geography, we've barely gone up, like, at all. With regards to the thing. So we're going to go outside. We can see the Deadwind Pass around us. While we're going up this, most of this trash is pretty much the exact inverse of what we were fighting. Remember how we'd fight tons and tons of guests and then one elite? These individual guys...
individuals.
Yeah, they're much harder than the trash down below. They have all kinds of fun things they can do depending on which specific ghost it is. And they like to silence you, they like to dot you, they like to cause all kinds of fun issues. Yep, no, exactly. No, Nightbane was fun. I got pretty good at tanking Nightbane, but I mean, it's me, of course I did. So, speaking of elite, I'm allowed to have pride in something I'm actually good at. So speaking of elites, here we have the Arcane Watchman. So now we're starting to fight some sentries.
Primarch, the answer to that is probably yes.
Yeah, we're going to let Curator rotate for a little bit. Then there's this room. We used to pull trash into this room because it's a lot easier than taking them out here. So these are fun. So those are the Siphoners. They rip mana out of you. That is exactly as irritating as it sounds. Then there's the Arcane Anomalies. They only have 200 health, but they have tons and tons of mana. You can already feel like the loop that's happening here. So each of those fed into each other, and then he put up his mana bubble, and then he would cast Loose Mana. Now, Loose Mana was great, because it just increases your mana gen for like 20 seconds while you're standing in it. In other words, what you wanted to do is you wanted to kill one, get the Loose Mana field up, recover quickly, and while you're recovering, pull the next one into the field. In other words, there was kind of a built-in escalation, sort of domino-y thing to the trash in this. Then there's the Curator. So,
the menagerie is for guests only.
Also notice the giant statues of the owls, the symbol of the Guardian on each side. Also, for some reason, chunks of the wall are just floating in the air. Don't worry about that too much. So you know,
the owls on the walls have glowy green eyes. Also, don't worry about that.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. So he sends out these astral flares, which do chain lightning attacks to people, and that has to be dealt with. Each time he does several of his types of attacks, he bleeds out his mana. And once his mana goes to 0, which will actually, I'm a little bit ahead of myself. He's down to 29%. There's another Siphon. He's still at 29%. Let's kill this thing over here. Heal some of these off here so I can kill them. Come here. Actually, no, Hazardous. This is just my WoW shirt. I'm actually not using mana.
Will be strictly enforced.
Mana.
Here's your mana. Like, he was doing it, and he's just suddenly not.
Yep.
Confused by that. Pull that out here. And kill. Okay, you gonna use your mana? Yeah, there was essentially... This is actually a really wild fight. There was no real reason to DPS this guy. The real point of this fight was getting those astral charges under control and then killed as quickly as possible. So this was one of those weird stop-go fights. The tank and the healer would be sitting here holding the Curator, and the healers would be trying to keep everything up.
Will be strictly enforced.
And then as soon as it...
not using mana.
I see it. Hang on. So as soon as an astral charge comes up, you grab that, pull it out, and then nuke it down ASAP. And then you go back to waiting. Now, the thing is, there wasn't usually a large wait period. I don't know why he's bugged. Whatever. Here's the dealio.
I can smack him.
Once he runs out of mana, he will cast Evocation on himself, which refills his mana. It also massively vulns him. So all of a sudden, he's taking tons and tons of damage.
Will be strictly enforced.
Yeah, go ahead. Smack him once.
Curator is no longer operational.
Yeah, it's like triple damage or something like that. And he had a lot more health than most of the other bosses in here. And because of the nature of the fight,
Can I have those shoulders?
you'd mostly be dealing with the trash more than him anyways, because the trash is actually a problem, so that makes sense. Okay, so now we have the only part of the trash in this game, or this dungeon I don't like, because now we enter this room. And this room is cool and all, but I'm going to look up randomly. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Okay, cool. So,
You mean the giant hole in the ceiling?
It's fine. It's fine. So we have several elites, and we have, and again, these are heavies. They hit hard and they hurt. Then there's the monofeeders. These are funny. They're actually, excuse me. I guess this isn't true anymore. They were immune to certain types of damage.
I just hit them with frost damage, and they did not die.
Okay, so they are still.
They popped up and said that they were immune.
So they are still immune to magic damage. So you had to use melee damage to kill these monofeeders. This is back in BC.
Right
yep.
there.
Nope. I saw it. I saw it. This is back in BC where they were still essentially the design philosophy was.
Look. I show you.
I see it. I believe.
Immune.
This was still back in BC where essentially forcing the players to bring certain types of classes to raids was still part of their the design philosophy. They don't do that anymore. And yeah, if you're paying attention, that means if you're trying to tank these as a paladin, it sucks to be you.
Because spell.
Yep. Now, to be clear,
raise your weapon skill.
To be clear, I do like the idea of, class-specific mechanics for trash and for bosses, but the problem is it gets so much in the way, right? Like, imagine for a moment that you've got a small guild which only has 10 raiders, and you only have one tank who's a paladin. So that's your wall, isn't it? Like, there's not a lot you can really do about that at that point. And there's several things like that throughout BC. And yeah, leveling a character from fresh in BC was a pain. I actually leveled 3 separate characters in BC specifically for raiding, to fill certain holes in raid teams. That would be my hunter, my warrior, and my druid, if you're wondering. Anyways, these are self-detonating mobs. You attack them, they get bigger and bigger, and then they explode. That's all there is to them. Correct, Rax.
The bell is dinging.
Nowadays, they actually have the ability to do that. So these are spell shades. Their biggest problem is they go invisible, but they're still there, so you have a bigger pack than you think you're pulling. Notice this is the most individual chunk of trash we've had in the whole game. I keep saying game. In the raid, in the dungeon, in the tower. Lots and lots and lots and lots of trash. This is why I don't like this particular section of the thing. But then, my sister might want to share a story about this upcoming boss.
This is the boss where I met Lore.
So, do you want to tell the story?
No, you can tell it.
Okay. So once upon a time, there was this guy whose name was not Heirlooms. And Heirlooms had a girlfriend whose name was Heirlooms' GF. And she would pop in periodically to say hi or to chat or whatever. Usually she'd be sitting there watching him play WoW. He played a mage. We recruited him to the guild. Frost Mage?
Yep, Frost Mage.
Okay.
We recruited him to the guild to get his brother,
who was a much better player. His brother pieced. We never saw him again. And we were stuck with hers. At this...
They're much too nice to kick people.
We're not dicks. What do you want from us? So we got to this part, and we were fighting this boss, Terrestrian Illhoof. And this fight is a fairly basic coordination check, but it's also a very binary. This might actually be our first bad boss in this raid, because he summons adds a lot, and you need to deal with those adds immediately, or else it quickly snowballs into going to hell, right? And that's pretty much the fight right there in a nutshell. Don't get snowballed, deal with adds immediately. So his job was dealing with adds. He was a frost mage. He was terrible at it. He also imprisoned someone. That's a separate mechanic. I'm kind of glossing over some of the specific mechanics here. Forgive me. Part of the problem is I didn't write down notes in advance, and part of the problem is, for some reason, the Dungeon Journal doesn't list anything for BC raids. Yeah, using a warlock in this fight is much, much correctly. But anyways, we had a mage. So, yeah, we were dealing with all that nonsense. And he was just sucking. He was never a good mage, to be blunt. But we usually skipped Illhoof because we just had trouble getting him down. We go fight harder fights that we can actually do. But we were trying this one day. And I forget what he ran off to do. He ran off to do something. And Gary was like, hey, here's a GF.
He had to clean the bathroom.
Yeah, he had to clean the bathroom. And Gary's like, hey, here's his GF. Just sit down and play the mage. She's like, what?
I'd never played a PC game before.
Yeah, and this was just a brand new.
Never played a PC game before, so I had watched him. Like I hadn't even, you bring your girlfriend into a new game or your boyfriend or whatever into a new game, and you sit them down and you make a character and and watch them suck horribly bad. I had never even done that.
Anyway, so we got the boss
I didn't
down.
know how to WASD. So we spent about 5 minutes. They spent about 5 minutes cajoling me into agreeing to this.
Yeah.
And then another 5 minutes explaining to me what WASD was.
Yep.
And then I was like, but I don't know what to do during the fight. And Gary popped up and he was like, 2 things. He's like, when the circle gets under your feet, move.
Yep.
And find on the spell bar the button that says Frostbolt and cast.
Yep. And we got the boss down. She was literally a better mage than hers. And so she ended up picking up the game, like, what, that week?
No, I didn't pick up the game for a couple of years. I also need those shoulders.
I swore you had a character in BC.
I did. I had a hunter.
Oh, was it on his account?
I had a hunter on his account in BC.
That's what it was.
But my first, I bought the game in Wrath.
I don't want to speak too negatively about players in WoW because you'll see all sorts. But if I'm to point to one of the types of mechanics WoW players tend to screw up the most, it's ads. Here's a pro tip. Unless otherwise stated, always kill ads before boss. There are exceptions to that, but those are exceptions. The default should always be ads, boss.
And hazardous. It wasn't so much beginner's luck as they basically had me ignoring every mechanic except for the circle under my feet and pushing 1 DPS button. I was not trying to do rotation. I was not helping with ads. I wasn't anything. I was making sure that I didn't die to something under my feet and pushing 1 button.
Yep.
So, less than beginner's luck and more not being incredibly stupid.
So yeah, he's already summoning ads. You see how quickly that comes up? So that's your big ad. That's its own problem. I can pull that out. I can peel that out.
Gather, my pets. There is plenty for all.
So we killed the big ad. He's got the portals up. These are going to start just... You see the rate at which these are spawning? These come out very quickly. This was the problem right here.
Please
and now, so you have to DPS the chains. Hey, look, the chains are targetable. It's almost like the chains are functionally an ad. And you see how the same mentality can work, right? It still applies. Anyways, boop.
I was waiting for him to do the thing that I had to get out of.
He did it to me.
Oh. No.
No, he did.
There was something else that was like a don't stand in this. Because that's how you have to wait for somebody to break you out.
So I think I know what you're talking about. That's actually the next boss.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. We'll stand around and show that off for a second.
Look, it took him a minute to clean the bathroom, so I was with them for a while.
That's true. Anyways, but yeah, so as pathetic as it sounds, basic competence is actually surprisingly useful. I know, that sounds so insulting, but I mean that with legitimate sincerity. A lot of people I know tend to get really wigged out about jumping into WoW because they see the hard stuff and they go, whoa! No.
There's a lot to be said for, can you move when you see a circle pop up under your feet?
Yep.
Can you make sure that you're not in front of the boss? Can you make sure that you're not behind the dragon?
Yep. So, up ahead...
It appears that Spartan has worked ahead of us.
I saw that. I also saw that Primarch is AFK for a few minutes.
Yeah.
So, up here, we had Ethereals. There's lore reasons for them being here, these guys. Don't worry about them. I skipped Aaron. I didn't mean to.
Well?
At least I think I did. Hang on. Did I skip Aaron? Oh god, I'm not sure now.
You should be able to look on the
hang on.
dungeon map.
Let's kill this boss that we're staring at, and then we'll go back to see if we skipped Aaron. So Evo just says, "Oh, I'm a terrible WoW player." She is consistently our best DPSer. Don't listen to her. Anyways, the Ethereals are all I forget what they're called, but they're irritation checks, right? They're here to do CCs and debuffs and buffs and all kinds of fun stuff like that. Anyways, this is Netherspite. He's another optional boss. We're up to 3 so far. Actually, there's quite a few optional bosses in here. This is a huge dungeon. Okay, there's some stuff he has I don't have. Netherspite, so we'll go ahead and body pull him to show off his mechanics a little bit. As you can see, he is a, well, he used to be a dragon, might be a good way to phrase that. Yeah, also known as everyone skips this. So there's the portal he summons in the middle of the room.
There's a portal in the back, too, over there.
Yep. And then there's
It's
those
lightning.
beams. No, why did you kill him?
I didn't. I'm not even targeted to him.
So, there's a portal that summons over there. There's a portal that summons over there. And then there's a portal that's going to be right here. The way this works is for every second that those portals... It was your pet, sis. Your water
I don't
elemental.
have a pet.
Your water elemental killed it. I literally have the details
I
logged.
didn't summon it.
I don't know
Oh, I bet I have that thing that auto summons him occasionally or something. It's probably a talent.
It probably is. Anyways, so it's harder than you'd think to not DPS in this game. I know that sounds strange, but it makes certain challenge mode things much harder as a consequence. Anyways, he summons these 3 portals, red, blue, and green, I think.
Like pulling that one boss
Yeah.
and Amir Drasil with
Oh god.
Paladin Consecrate. Like
No,
normally you're constantly you're constantly blaming the hunter. Oh, it's a hunter. It's a hunter's pet. And it's like, and then there was that one boss in Amir Drasil where it was just like, yeah, Consecrate pulled it, because you can't pull that back up. Most spells, like you want to stop DPS, you just jump. Consecrate's just there. Once it's there, and you're screwed. And it's there for a while.
Anyways, to explain this fight briefly, there's one major gimmick to it, which I was hoping to show off. We started to show it off, and then Watermelon was like, hey! Alright, so there's 3 portals. They're each different colors. Each one does a different thing. I don't remember the exact specifics, but like one increases your healing, but also hurts you. One increases your damage, but also hurts you, and so forth and so on. So there's a benefit-detriment thing going on. All of them will focus on him unless a player gets in the way. Physically intersect. So like pretend Sis there... actually, no. Better idea. Pretend I'm the portal. So right now, I'm beaming into the boss. Sis, get in between us. Yes, you're beaming in the boss, and now it's beaming into her, because she's intersecting the beam. Make sense? So
Yeah.
the goal of the raid was to rotate who was responsible for absorbing which beams and for how long, because you don't want those stacks to get too high. That'll kill you. And that was the majority of the fight, was just handling that and rotating the beams. It was actually surprisingly fun of a little gimmick. The thing that made this fight suck was the fact that he was also a dragon, on top of everything else.
And the other thing, you picked up 2 things.
What other thing? Oh, not me. Got it. All I have is a ring. Anyways, let's go back to Aaron, because we got to show off Aaron. Aaron's another optional boss. A lot of optional bosses in here. I forget the list of exact specific requirements to progress. I know you have to do Morose in order to get the key, and I know you have to do Opera. So it's Morose, Opera, Curator.
Where did you go? Are we still in this room? No,
No.
you run off. Lore!
What?
Come back. I don't know how to get around in here.
It's fine. Just wait. Just wait.
But my loots.
Okay, fine. Just go back the way you came.
Can I jump off?
Yes. That was it. Thank you. So green reduces your max mana but increases your healing per stack. Blue reduces your healing but increases your damage. And red does something with health, I want to say. I actually really like the visuals of Karazhan. I'm usually not into weird,
I don't know how to get to you.
but, well, I think they do a good job with some of the weird in Kara. Because as you can see, there is no ceiling, and it just starts to get less and less coherent the further up we get. Once again, this is a cursed tower with tons of ghosts in it on top of a nexus of ley lines. Oh, I ran past him again. Jesus Christ. So the benefit of killing Aaron, you actually don't have to, I think. But the benefit of killing Aaron is he unlocks a shortcut. So if you want to come back here later, you'll port in here, having killed him.
I don't know how to get to where you are.
You're almost here. I lost you, though. Oh, yeah, no, this place, there is a little bit of fantastical in Warcraft. Warcraft is a lot more grounded than FF14 in many ways, but when they get weird, they get weird. You're down. Where are you?
I don't know how to get up.
Here, just wait. Wait, where you are.
Are you coming back to get me?
Hi.
Hi.
Follow me.
Why are they burning the books?
So one of the common themes of this dungeon is forbidden knowledge. And so a lot of the people who are left here, the ghosts, like that guy over there, he's actually part of she is part of a quest. Some of the time they spend here is literally burning books, trying to get rid of some of the knowledge in here. Because in addition to all the other things I just talked about, this place was the home of an archmage who had the soul of...
demon.
Well, no, the most evil thing in the setting, who actually isn't a demon, in him for a very long time, for years. So this place is not great. So, Medivh's mother actually built Karazhan, Egwene. So, now, she built Karazhan a long time ago. It's been around for centuries, I want to say. But I'd have to look up the timeline. Don't... I don't remember the exact numbers. But she built it a while ago. It's actually relevant in Legion, believe it or not, because it shows up. But Egwene built this place on this place because it was so, it was so amazingly powerful. It was such a nexus of magical power. Okay, so here we are. Here's Aaron. He only had a piece of Sargeras inside of him. So this is the Shade of Aaron. This is the ghost of Medivh's father. So, sis?
I'm not touching him.
Thank you. So I'm going to poke him, and you're going to hear his... I love his opening quote.
Please, no more! My son! He's gone mad!
By the way, Medivh killed Aaron. Not on purpose.
Please, you all!
Not on purpose. So, he's a fairly basic mage, except, psych, he totally isn't. He likes to do... this is... If you remember the X-Death fight in FF14, this is kind of like that. He seems like a basic mage, but he does cool magey stuff. So you notice he cast Blizzard, but you notice the Blizzard is just slowly stretching along the outside of the room. Also, the inside of the room has this mono whirlpool going through it.
Occasionally when I get hit.
I'll show you.
Occasionally when I get hit, I summon
So
things.
here's Flame Wreath. All right, everyone, move in Flame Wreath. Yeah, move in Flame Wreath. It might not even go off because we're too high level. So he cast Flame Wreath. Oh, it worked. Where were you?
Right here.
There you are. Oh, and there goes Spartan. And there goes me. So this is what Flame Wreath did. It's possible to survive this, obviously. It's not supposed to be possible. That requires a thing. So this is actually a pretty solid fight. He yanks you forward, he does Arcane Explosion, and then he covers the... And we stand in it, because we're stupid. This will kill you, by the way, if you stood in this. He does Blizzard around the outside edges. Oh yeah, the Arcane Explosion has a knockback component. So he damages the outside, he damages the inside, he channels Arcane Magic, Fireball, and Frostbolt, and all of those suck. He periodically casts Slow. He cannot be tanked, so your healers just got to be on it. Your healers just have to be aware of what's going on. And he does... So there's the Blizzard one again. And he does Flame Wreath. Now this is...
It's just occasionally when I get hit.
Yeah, he's just there. All of this is actually really cool, but the thing that's really, really cool, and that everyone screwed up, was the freaking Flame Wreath. So for those of you who played FF14, you actually know this mechanic because, that's right, X-Death does this. When he does fire, don't move. That's it. That's the trick. There were so many people who didn't understand this, that there were actually... Oh, here's Flame Wreath. There were actually fake... There were rumors, right? There was like urban legend Zelda stuff about how Flame Wreath works. It's really simple. Don't move. That's it. That's the mechanic. You notice nothing's happening because I'm just standing here. But if it hits you, it does a bunch of damage to you, and it flings you to the air. And if you're not healed on the way down, it'll probably kill you, because remember, falling damage does percentage damage. Despite everything I just complained about, this is actually an awesome fight. It's one of the more fun mage boss fights, the early mage boss fights. Oh my god,
Featherfall? Featherfall affects jumping. Look.
Oh my god. Look. Oh my god, I never realized that.
Look! Oh, it fell off.
There's loot in the fire. So despite the fact that players were idiots and didn't know how to not move... Oh, well, yeah. It does affect even the basic jump, though. That's hysterical. Yeah, no, it's such a relatively basic mechanic, and players couldn't figure out, but I like it. Don't move. Come in. Get out. It sounds like an FF14 boss, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's a wall.
And he rotates between those three phases, you know, Fire, Frost, and Arcane. So it's very thematically appropriate, too. What are ley lines? Yes, I did actually Shadow
They're
Machine.
magic in the ground that collides and makes other magic stronger.
The simplest way to explain it is ley lines are the arteries that pump magic through them. Ley lines themselves are actually irrelevant. Just like a blood vessel is pointless if there's no blood in it. But yeah, like, and then a nexus of ley lines is exactly what it sounds like. So there's...
Place where ley lines collide.
Yeah, honestly, a train station is kind of a slightly better analogy. I know that sounds weird, but think about a train yard. You ever see a really big rail yard where tons and tons of trains come through?
Are we going down?
Yeah, we're going down. That's what Karazhan is built on. Yeah, the reason people compare it to arteries is because the planet we're on is alive. No, I'm not going to explain that right now. Don't ask me.
The planet that we're on is a person.
Don't ask me to explain that one either.
Azeroth.
We're going to move on from this immediately.
And she speaks to people.
Moving on. All right, so...
I can only say all of this because I don't know what it means.
So lots of books all over the place. That's because the Ethereals are looting this place as quickly as they possibly can. We kind of helped lower the boundaries, so the Ethereals are here to steal as much of this crap as they can. The Ethereals are interdimensional traders and very, very advanced. Their world was destroyed by the Void. They're actually still relevant to the narrative even now. And they love knowledge. They're really, really big on trading and knowledge and understanding that. Like, if you just tell them, like, a good recipe or whatever, they can give you tangible stuff in reaction to that. You notice that Ethereals are who gave us the Transmog tech. Anyways. Nick. So, yeah, that's why all the Ethereals are here, why the books are all over the place, and why this place is being destroyed. Now, oh yeah, they hate the old gods, except for the ones who desperately want to become more void. We don't talk about them. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is chess. Nobody started. Nobody started. But I'm not actually joking. This is chess. There's your pawns. There's your knight. There's your rook. There's your priest. There's your queen. And there's your king. And we've got the equivalent over here. And you notice this is the Warcraft 1 pieces, which makes sense because Karazhan, believe it or not, Karazhan was in Warcraft 1. Not a lot of people know that. It was a dungeon map. So chess is going to be a negative. There's no way to get around this because this is definitely we're jury-rigging and experimenting as hard as we can, and they were a little bit ahead of themselves. This is
really hard, bless their hearts.
Ironically, the modern chess of this is a much better fight, but of course it is. That was circa Legion, right? So, here's how chess works. You have to pick a side based on your side. So we're Horde, right? We're stuck with Horde. There's some RNG built in. How the units move and what they do at any given time is kind of variable. Medivh cheats periodically, and it really is just straight up cheating. The units do move as per chess. If you don't know how to play chess, well, that sucks. Go figure it out. Not all of them are...
have a really good raid leader.
Not all of them are perfect and allegories, though. Like, for example, these priests actually do have a heal. The wolves have, I think, a buff. These guys have an AoE, the rooks. Pawns are actually surprisingly good because they have a big hit and a defense thing. Just like in chess, pawns are one of the best units. That's not a joke. I actually used to challenge myself in this encounter to do most of the encounter with just pawns, and I could usually get very close to it. Yeah, there's also no turns. Everything is cooldown based. So what you're supposed to do remember, you have 10 people. So you pick, it would Blade to Vault. FF14 is built for a chess fight. You've got 10 people, you figure out who's going to be what, and you have a strategy built in advance. And then the goal is actually really, really simple. All you have to do is kill the enemy king, which is Lane over here. That's harder to do than it sounds. He's got more health than anything else. He's got an auto-cleave ability. He's got a bunch of stuff in the way. How you approach it, there's lots and lots and lots and lots of ways to approach this. The problem is, everything I'm talking about is really, really finicky. Movement is finicky. Attacking is finicky. The cooldowns are finicky. The AI is weird. Sometimes it bugs out completely. Something I hope to show off is that sometimes, like, I'll move a unit forward and he'll go, ugh, and then he'll face this way. For no reason. And he's just facing this way. Now you might think, who cares? Well, I can't attack someone who's not in front of me. I have to be facing them. By the way, moving and changing facing has the same cooldown. So I have to wait for several seconds of just getting hit before I can hit the face button and then change to actually face my opponent and then actually start attacking them. All attacks are automatic except for abilities. And yeah, the whole thing is buggy as hell. It's very clearly, we're trying something new. Oh crap. So let's go ahead and go through this. Everyone pick whatever you want to. Whoops, sorry, I gotta talk to the king. Oh yeah, you have to start it by taking over the king. This is arguably bad design. Because the king, whoever takes the king wants to immediately pop out of the king. Because you literally can't do anything with the king at first. So we're gonna go and scooch our, and then we wait for 12 seconds. This is the other reason this fight sucks. Now if you gimmicky it, no, I didn't quite manage it. Oh, and now we're facing an angle. Are we attacking? Nope. So you notice we are not attacking the guy we are currently facing.
No, you're not. You're facing this spot.
Now we're attacking him. So we went down to half health before we even started attacking the guy in front of us. But so pawns are good. They've got a big attack and they've got a big defense, and both of them are very useful for multiple reasons. Now the healer's keeping me up over there, so that's good. But you could see how just a simple bug has completely screwed over an otherwise variant strategy. There's also no skipping this.
Certainly.
So, you know, that sucks. And you're probably thinking, what happens when you pop out? So you can pop out at any time. You just hit this button. In fact, if you're
Also
soloing this...
I am not in a thing. I cannot attack any of these.
Yeah, no, we can't do anything. They're all green to us. So you notice you get the debuff recently in game. That debuff needs to be patched out of this game. So what you want to do, especially if you're doing this with less than 10 people or alone, is you scooch, get someone in range, and then you want to immediately jump out of the guy. Immediately. And then switch into someone new as soon as you can. Because they'll keep doing their basic attacks and their ability attacks automatically. And you want to move another person. Even when you're doing this with a group, that was a common strategy. Like, for example, oh, god damn it. Something that we would do commonly when we did this is we'd have all 10 people controlling pawns. And so we'd move forward all of our pawns. Wait a second, move forward all of our pawns again. Oh, there's the cheating, by the way. He just picks 3 spots, and, like, for example, he picked Blackhand. So Blackhand is now dying because he's just... We might actually fail. That would be really funny. Our first wipe is on chess. You notice that guy's attacking us at a freaking...
a transparent strategy.
Blah, blah, blah. I can't move Blackhand. He's still body blocked. And I can't get in someone because I have to wait until the recently in game goes away. And you start to see how much this sucks.
Of course.
So I just moved forward 2 spaces. I shouldn't even be able to do that. That was just an accident. I didn't do that on purpose. I'm actually kind of screwed over because I did that. That's okay. We'll pop this, and then we'll face this way. We'll start focusing that guy. Oh yeah, by the way, getting out of a piece is actually irritating because you have an exit vehicle button that doesn't work. You have to right-click the brain icon. Yes, very specifically, the brain icon. You can see it right there. It's called Control Piece. When I buffs, it's the second to the top buff right there. Yeah.
Interesting.
I can't
The cancel button is working for me.
Okay, apparently the cancel button's working for her. So I bring up the right-click the control piece thing because over the years, I've met several people who the cancel button doesn't work for. And so the one method I know that works, regardless of all other things, is right-click control piece.
Sounds fine.
Okay, so we're actually in, believe it or not, we're in decent position here.
Oh, I just moved out of order. Okay.
Yeah, this is pre-vehicle. Vehicles were invented in Wrath. This is prototype vehicle, might be a better way to put that.
I'm gonna let you win this because I don't remember how to.
Do me a favor, get in the right, the king's demon, and get him over here. Wrong way. There you go.
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, I tried earlier. There we go.
We're about to lose. And I need to get in a priest and heal myself. Nope, we lost.
Yeah, I can't move.
So we wiped! It's okay, it doesn't actually kill us, but we did just lose. That was a TPK, functionally. That's chess.
But at least you don't die.
Yeah, you just wait until the board resets and you start over. There is no progressing without doing this, though.
Can we talk to Medivh and make him reset it?
I don't remember. Let's find out.
Nope.
Nope. Nope, we just wait. Yes, it's a 5-man version, and it is a much better design.
I am sitting in a chair watching the game.
Honestly, without those bugs, we probably would have had that. I got screwed over, like, what was that, 4 times on which way I was facing?
If you use an ability, it auto readjusts you to face the correct direction. Or at least it did on the Warlock.
I'll mess with that, then. Yeah, me and Pax used to farm this place because we wanted things off of the final boss. Off of Malkazar. Yeah, so let's try a slightly different strategy, which involves immediately jumping out of that, because I don't want to be in charge of the king. Sis, get in a priest and just spam heal on me.
Which one is priest?
Necrolytes.
Strength and honor.
Okay.
Zug, zug. Out of the way, and then we're going to get out. Notice that you can get away the moment you do a movement. You don't have to wait for the movement to resolve.
Sounds fine.
Who am I spamming heal on?
Me, Blackhand.
Slay them all.
Oh, you're on Blackhand?
Yep. See, it didn't fix my positioning. Whatever. You don't have to do it just yet, but that is going to be the strategy, is just heal me. So wait until I take some damage. You know how to heal. You know how to
destroy them.
Hey, I'm facing the right way. Holy crap. I used to like sweeping in this, but that takes time, and obviously it's not guaranteed because there's some bugs and there's some RNG. So we're just going to do this for a minute. Get some free damage in.
I don't know what I just cast a thing on.
The wheels have begun to turn.
Back off, well. Sounds fine.
Uh-oh. Careful, sis. Or whoever that is. It is
It's
you.
me.
Certainly.
No matter.
I am taking the damage for you. Oh god, I'm gonna die.
Yeah, no, get out of there. Get out of there. You're dead. So priests can't take any damage, as you can see.
I'll go get the other priest. I can't go get the other priest.
Yeah, you gotta wait a second.
Perhaps a change.
This is a decent setup, but not great. Oh, there's the cheat, but it's okay because I'm about to be able to move forward.
Break their bones.
We're gonna do.
The wheels have begun to turn. Strategy.
And we're facing the wrong way, because of course we are. It's okay, we can actually hit the king from here for some stupid reason. And I can hear you, Primarch. Or rather, I can see you. Next to you. Are you on a healer now, sis?
I am. I have 5 seconds.
Okay, just checking, because I'm at half health. Make sure we're facing the right way so I can actually start doing wide damage. Good lord. Thank you.
Oh shit, I shouldn't have done that.
Anything's at 64, so I'm going to let him come to me. See you around, Kenixcow. Okay, he's come to me. We're here. So this is going to go interestingly. We'll see how this goes. This could go very badly or very good. We'll find out in just a second.
Interesting.
Well, I am standing over here. You can have a heal in 8 seconds.
Yeah, I think as long as those... I think 8 seconds will be enough. I think we got this. Yeah, this is the just get it over with strategy, by the way. You'll notice, by the way, that this strategy does not necessarily work if you're solo. It does. It's just much more irritating, because what you do is you get in position. There we go.
Perfection will do.
So you get him in position, and then you do the attack, the cleave. Then you pop out of him, go over to the priest, heal him. I always forget loot's over here. Then you pop back in, pop out of the priest again, pop back into your leader, and then you go back to doing it. You just bounce back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And it's really frustrating. It is doable, however. And yeah, solo wins, there's a bit of RNG involved, not just for the bugs, but also in how much, because there's damage ranges and what the AI does, both friendly and enemy, varies. So anyways, we got past chess. That boss is not great. Yeah, A for effort, E for execution.
Please put the boots in the give to me pile.
You got it. So, yeah, now we're getting to flesh beasts. These seem simple. These give you a dot debuff thing that also spawns more flesh beasts. These can domino very quickly. Oh, actually, let me show something off really quick. So we're at the top of the tower, right? So let's look outside the tower really quick. So here we are. We're up here at the top of Deadwood Pass. See? This is like the viewing thing. You can actually see this from outside, believe it or not. It looks different than it does now for reasons we're not going to go into. So here we are, top of the tower. Now let's go up from the top of the tower. So there's one last reason that Egwin built the tower here. With this much energy, see, and now hang on real quick. So this is now the roof. There's actually the roof right there. Do you see it? And we are now out on top of the second layer of the roof. You with me so far? And I'm going the wrong way because I'm trying to show off cosmetics. I apologize. Hang on. See, that's Medivh's place. Nice place. Whoop. A little bit too slow. So now we're going to go up from here. Hey, here we go. So there's the actual roof up there. Cool. There's an undead griffin. Don't worry about it. And do you see anything over there? I'll go ahead and get rid of all my HUD.
Nope.
Cool. So we're going to go through here into the final area, which is here. So the final reason that this particular tower was built here was because in addition to all the other things I talked about, dimensional barriers were weaker here. Now, there's a good chance these are connected facts. It's likely that the sheer amount of magic pumping through this area is why the dimensional barriers are so weak here. But yeah, that's you could see the problem pretty much immediately here, right? None of this should be here. Now that's Malchezaar. He's the only part of this that's kind of weird because he's just sort of a surprise demon boss. In lore, he is specifically here in order to claim the power of Karazhan for himself. But like, if you're just going through the raid, it's just like, what? This is part of the Twisting Nether. Now you're probably thinking, well, hang on. Does every place that's dimensionally weak connect to the Twisting Nether? No. However, remember that Medivh was partially possessed by a piece of Sargeras, who deliberately weakened the boundaries to the Twisting Nether because this was supposed to be an ingress point. This is supposed to be a beachhead for Legion invasion. So, a demon could walk through that door and enter Azeroth. Make sense? Malchezaar.
What you did to me, I shall be your undoing.
He hits really hard. Dealing with the tank damage he did was a whole mechanic by itself. This was in many ways a gear check for both your healers and your tanks, because just the damage he would do to the tank is crazy.
All dimensions
See that?
are open to me.
So, what you're supposed to do is, as soon as you hear him say that, you look up and you see where the meteor is going to land. You can see it's going to be over here. So you get someone over here, and their job is to deal with this infernal as quickly as possible. Ignore the fact that I have 1 health, and I'm dead.
I did not think you could win.
We did.
He has this thing called Enfeeble, which sets your health to 1 as long as the debuff is up.
Got it.
And you can notice, the recap was just, I took, some damage from Shadow Nova, and that killed me.
Yeah, Shadow Nova hits you for 1 shadow.
Go ahead and kill him,
Overkill.
Spartan, because we're stuck now.
Wait 20 seconds.
Yep, gotta wait for the voice. There we go.
Okay, now if you could please res us.
Yes.
I am a prince.
Yes, lag check. So this was kind of a lag check, a pay attention check, and a healer check and a tank check. It was kind of a mean fight. Once again, it's another one of those fights that was a little bit ahead of its time. You notice the Infernal's still there. That's because that's just that. This is area denial, right? In other words, once that Infernal's down, that's just something you live with. And there was some RNG on where the Infernals landed. There's also some mechanics about wanting to outdistance him based on the Enfeeble and all kinds of things. It's not the hardest fight in here by a wide margin, but it is one of the more frustrating fights in here. Because again, a lot of the specifics of this fight aren't really in your control. It's just, roll with it. Once you got here, this is funny, it says. Here, have the mage tier helmet. Oh, well, you don't, you're inventory. You're busy, so I'm not giving it to you. Bye. Not dealing with it. Bye. fine now. Bye. Also, if you pay attention, you can kind of see how they pulled off the effect. You can literally see the wall over there. Like the one-way wall, you can actually see parts of Karazhan. They can only see from this side. Yeah, no, this was not a great fight. Speaking as someone who used to tank it regularly. At a certain point, we actually stopped bothering.
All the things. You have multiple things.
I know. We stopped bothering going this far up because even though it dropped Tier 4 Helm, which was nice, we got to the point where Tier 4 Helm wasn't really worth it. And so we just kind of stopped doing Malchezaar. So. Anyways, that was Karazhan. Surprisingly good raid. Some good visual storytelling, some good atmosphere. Definitely a little bit of a dip into the weird. And yeah, mechanically, there's just... It's BC. They're still experimenting. They're still finding their footing. That is how it is.
Where are we off to now?
Give me 1 second. I'm double checking my notes just to make sure I got everything. I don't want to miss anything. Oh, I already said that. Okay. Okay. Let me double check my spreadsheet that I have.
Hi, Spartan.
So you're on Spartan.
Nope, as long as you're Draenei.
What's a Draenei?
Do you want to... Well, you're going to be gone for a while, so you don't need to report.
The music in Kara? So I disagree with the idea of a music positive for... excuse me. A gameplay music positive for Kara music. However, I will give you a music direction positive, which is a narrative positive. That's going to be a common trend, by the way. WoW is probably not going to get a lot of music positives in the usual sense, but it'll get a lot more music direction positive. We've actually been talking about this over the last few months at this point. Okay, let me check something really quick. Give me just a second here. Sis, do you want to do a lunch thing?
Sure.
It's more of a want, not a mandate.
Lunch is yummy.
It can be, that's true. What's after the Draenei Zone? So what we're doing next, to be very specific, is we're doing the Draenei Zone and then we're doing the Blood Elf Zone. And when I say zone, I should actually clarify, I mean zones.
So Spartan, you might make it back in time for the Blood Elf starter areas. Because we're doing the Draenei ones first.
Could I get a portal to Shareth, please? Yeah, exactly, Primarch. Because the music in this game almost always accents the scene and the zone and the atmosphere. I didn't even start with a T. The atmosphere. But there's not a lot of music where you just, it's like, oh man, this is such a banger. You know, it's just not that kind of a thing. It's not how they approach music. And that's fine, by the way. Once again...
Are we taking lunch break early?
I was thinking about that, yeah. And then it would be easier for the VODs, because then we could just do starter zones VODs, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm going to get in position here. And when we come back from lunch, an early lunch, we'll go ahead and we'll do the Draenei starter zones. That would be Azure Mist and Blood Mist. And then we'll go ahead and do the Blood Elf starter zones, which is going to be Eversong and Ghostlands.
You know what you need to do?
And I need to do something.
You need to show off the character creation screen now.
I don't have to do it right now.
No, but we did the classic, what it was like back in vanilla.
Ooh, that's true.
That's what I was saying. You should show those off.
Oh, whoops, I'm wrong. Still wrong. Still wrong. Come on, memory.
Let's see. What am I going for here?
There we go. This is what I wanted. Lunch.
What class are you doing your Draenei as?
My Draenei will be a warrior.
Alright.
My Blood Elf will be a priest.
The hell is a class trial?
Oh, that's a thing I need to show off, too. I'll show off that off right now. Do I have my Draenei Warrior already? I might not. Several of these I pre-made, but not all of them. I think I deliberately didn't do this. Hang on, so let's double check. So, the gnome female. Yep, nope, she's there. And then the orc male shaman. Yep, okay, so yeah, it looks like I just didn't make the two because I was going to use it. That makes sense. Yay for previous me actually knowing what the hell I'm talking about. It was nice to occasionally know what you're talking about. Occasionally. So, okay, so, yeah, past lore was actually doing prep work. It's weird how that works out. So here's the character creator. We'll talk about this briefly. You've got all the classes at the bottom. You've got all the races on the left and right. If some of these you don't see when you're making a brand new account, that's because some of those are unlockable. In fact, all of these second tier ones here, and all of these ones here, those are called allied races. Allied races aren't completely unique. Like, for example, this is just a dwarf, but with different cosmetics, racial abilities, and quests. This is just a Draenei with extra stuff. This is just a Blood Elf with extra stuff. This is just a Night Elf with extra stuff. I think you get it. So allied races is stuff you unlock via quests in-game. Don't worry too much about it. This is what my sister is playing, for example. And this may look like, oh my god, that's a completely new class. Actually, no, this is just a goblin. Anyways, this is a little loud. Because this is a title screen. We're going to turn that down a little bit over here. There we go. Yes, I want to make something on Karga. Thank you. Anyways, so, left is Alliance, right is Horde. That difference is practically non-existent nowadays. Gender is at the top. One of the things I like here is if you mouse over a specific, like, I really want to play a Paladin. You'll notice it'll actually highlight which races allow you to play as Paladin. Not every race can play every class. I don't know, Maverick. You may or may not notice. Man. Where's the Evoker? Okay, now I can make an Evoker. I can also make a Drakthir Warlock. But anyways. But yeah, I want to make a Demon Hunter. Well, there's the classes that can make Demon Hunter. We're, of course, going to be going Warrior. You'll notice... hang on. Virtually everyone can make a Warrior. It's one of the most generic classes in the game. Ironically. So, classes at the bottom, races on the sides. A question I get all the time is, what should I play? If I've never played WoW before, which class should I play? And the answer is Hunter. But hang on. There's a lot of thought that goes into that specific thought, because Hunter has a good kit, a utility spec that's survival. Or not survival, excuse me, it's Beast. Beast is the utility kit. It's got a really good ranged damage, that's Marksman, and it's got a good melee spec, that's Survival. So you can do whatever. It's good for soloing. You have a pet to help you tank if you're having issues with stuff. And it doesn't have any cast time, so if you don't want to worry about having to stand still and deal with cast times or pushbacks, no worries on that front. Hunter is a very, very good new player-friendly class. Yeah, if you're into collecting, Beast is probably your spec there. So, having said that, if you're already familiar with MMOs, you've already played these kind of games before, the advice I always give is actually very simple. Watch them here for a second. Just watch what they do. They show off their abilities a little bit, right? And pick what looks cool. They're all good classes. Just like in FF14, every class is good. Although, unlike FF14, every class is good pretty much out of the gate. Also, remember, each class has 2, 3, or 4 specs. So there's lots of ways that they can play. And yeah, they're just kind of showcasing a little bit of the armor, a little bit of the cosmetics, and how it's going to look. And yeah, Monk.
Obviously starting in the starter zone and not Exile's Reach.
Yes. So Druids have 4 specs. Where's Druid? I can't even make a Druid. Druids have 4 specs.
They're the only class that does.
And Demon Hunters have 2. Monk is also
the only class that does.
Yeah. I'm not sure there's any class I wouldn't recommend for a brand new player, with one exception, and that is Evoker. We'll talk about Evoker much later.
Of any sort. Evoker, it is noteworthy that, like, yeah. None of the Evokers are new player friendly.
No, they're not. But all the rest of them, go for it. Whatever looks cool. Whatever feels cool. Yeah, so we are, of course, going to be making a Draenei. So we'll pull up a Draenei, which is actually not there. There we go. Draenei, female, because Draenei males look hideous. But you notice it does immediately drop on the fly to showcase what their icons look like, what their gear looks like. We are going to be playing a warrior, I'm pretty sure. Double checking my note. Yes. You can also do a class trial. I'll show that off right now. But first, we got to show off character customization. Now, this is pretty much the exact same thing that you saw when we were going to the barber shop. Actually, I don't think I do have the Minari stuff. So, skin color, fairly basic. Faces, fairly basic. Unlike an FF14, where you could like change your eye positioning and all kinds of stuff like that, you just kind of have pre-baked faces. You have 10 faces you can pick based on what it is you prefer. You also have a bunch of hairstyles, lots of hairstyles, a bunch of hair colors. With a lot of specific things to your race. So, for example, Draenei have horns, so we can customize our horns here. How long the horns are, whether or not you have vision in both eyes or you're completely blind. What kind of tendrils you have, if any, whether or not you have a circlet. Hang on, that's actually tail. Sorry, so there's your tail cosmetics. And what kind of jewelry color you have on the tail. So all of this is whatever. There's also a randomize button if you feel like just trying things out. Now, I'm going to go ahead and give an opinion, which I think a lot of people are going to look at me and be like, huh? So here's the dealio. I'm not super into this, but I also don't think it's a huge issue. Let me explain that. Most other MMOs, including the other big ones like FF14 and Guild Wars 2, have much more complex and much more in-depth character creation. At least in part, that's because those MMOs, ESO's here too, most of those MMOs tend to have more of your visual cosmetics that are visible regardless of your gear, if that makes any kind of sense. So there's more reason to do that, right? There's more purpose and point behind having a much more in-depth character creator. Like, I should also mention, Draenei actually has relatively few options. You want to see options. Look, it's like a human for a second. Humans have, like, just all kinds of things. There's all kinds of eye colors. There's the eyesight thing, of course. Many more hairstyles. You know, way, way more hairstyles. More skin color options. Different kind of makeup options. Humans have a lot. Yeah, it's like character creator in Dark Souls. It's like, why? Yeah, no, exactly, Huthor. It makes a degree of sense, both gameplay-wise and cosmetically speaking, that there's not a lot of reason to do a lot of character customization well. I still think it's good, but I don't think it's nearly as good as some of the other MMOs out there, and that needs to be noted. So, give me 1 second. I need to jot down under cosmetics. Here we go. There we go. Now, we're going to do something weird really quick. We're just going to roll a random name here. Notice it tells you whether the name is taken immediately, by the way. So that's cool. I like that. We're going to be Arms. Yep. We can also... Well, we can't actually do that for Tralker. So we're going to be Arms. We're going to finish. And we're going to play. Hey, there we go. So we are now level, I think, what used to be 100. I don't know actually what level it is now. Now, this is also a great feature if you're either new to the game or new to MMOs. This is the class trial. This is something I want FF14 to have. I should have turned off all my add-ons. I'll do that in a second. Don't worry, I can do that in-game. Okay, so here's our class trial. Let's. I know this is a lot of crap.
Dragon Isles have awakened.
Yeah, let's disable all.
The dragon flight's home.
Okay, so this is default UI. Yes, you can just do that on add-ons. I love the add-ons in this game. All right, so it drops you down here, and you're just level 60, it looks like. So here you go. Here's a level 60 character. You've got some pre-baked talents. You've got your abilities based as is. And you just run around to do a few things. I think you can queue. Yeah, you can do queue for a couple of random dungeons. You could try out some of the follower dungeon stuff. And just play around with the class for a bit. and you get the idea. This is what this class feels like at 60. Remember, the level cap is 80. This is a good feature. To put this as simply as I can. Now, it's not a perfect feature. You notice I can only pick one spec, which is arms. So I'm locked into arms. If I go to try to switch, I can do so? What? That's new, actually. Holy crap. Never mind. Okay, so we can just try out Fury now. Oh yeah, by the way, they give you a bunch of starter gear. So, yeah, that's... Wow, okay. I am more impressed than I thought it would be, because Fury dual wields two-handers. So, they gave me two. That's so cool! Okay. Can we respec? I can respec! What the crap? Yeah, no, FF14...
Very excited now.
Well, no, this is something I've been saying most RPGs in general need for long... Especially the really, really, really long-standing MMOs. Like... Let me use a specific example. I know people... Bragwin. I know Bragwin really likes Black Mage. I like Black Mage in FF14. But if I just started a Black Mage right now in FF14, I would hate it. Because it sucks early on. Because I don't know what the class feels like. But if I was able to just be a level, I guess, 90... or no. Yeah, 90 Black Mage right now. And try it out for a bit and run around and play with it. Then I would be like, oh, this is cool. I want to dig into this. I want to invest in this. It's a problem because it takes so much time in both games, in most MMOs in general. It takes so much time to invest into a class that it's nice to be able to have a taste of power and see how it feels early on. So I am unreasonably happy about the fact. Looks like it's 1. Nope, it's 3. There we go. Yeah, so let's go over the target dummies. I happen to know where they are. They're right here. Oop. And yeah, let's go ahead and just pop... oh, geez, none of my buttons are right. There we go. And let's just try it out and see how it feels and see how we go. And we'll do this ability, and then we'll do this ability, and we'll do this ability. And we'll do this, then we'll jump over here. Now I gotta attack this guy. And this is cool. And Fury's really cool, by the way. Warrior's in a really great place right now, by the way. Tank, Fury, and Arms are all just solid. And you can just play around with it. Class trials, good feature. FF14, take this crap. So they used to lock you in even more. They used to prevent you from spec switching or talent switching. So this is even better than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, Dragoon... So, yeah, sorry. Rax has a perfect example. Dragoon is actually a really fun class at a certain point. Leveling Lancer to start is something I actively recommend people don't do unless they're committed to it. Because Lancer... I know people who have quit the game over Lancer, just like I know people who have quit the game over Thaumaturge, right? Because it's just, you gotta get over that hump first. It's worth it, I swear, once you get there. So this is, I guess, tutorialization? What do we call this? Taste of power? We don't really have a taste of power concept. What do we call a trial? I mean, Summoner's awesome, so... Yeah, new player experience, onboarding. I don't know what to call it. I'll figure out a title later, but yeah, like trial character. 3. Intro, maybe? Actually, that's not a bad point. This is technically an intro, isn't it? I actually agree with that, Uthor. That is... I hate to constantly compare this to FF14, but it's the contemporary. What do you want from me? It's sort of inevitable. FF14's biggest problem, I've always said, is its onboarding is pretty rough, right? It has a lot of quit points. Making a character is fine, but making an account sucks. Figuring out how to navigate the early parts of the game is kind of user-unfriendly. The game absolutely bombards you with tutorials early on, which can be very off-putting to some people. A lot of the classes suck at early levels, and nothing tells you really which classes do what and where. The class trial and the design of the classes in WoW, in my opinion, is a much better option. It's one of the reasons why I've said for years now that what FF14 should probably do is it should do a polishing pass of which abilities you get at which point in the class's experience. Because, as I'll show off very shortly after the lunch break, even a level 5 warrior is fun. But a level 5 marauder... not the same experience, you know? And I do understand what I'm saying. I'm basically saying do a whole lot of work. I get that. I'm not trying to pretend it's easy. I understand just how much work is involved in going through and sifting through and trying to sift certain moves around and when you get them and how your skill progress works. Because you got to move the skill around. You got to adjust what other skills move around it. You have to adjust the potencies of it. I understand, and I'm not trying to say that that's not an easy thing to do. But I've always said, pretty much from the beginning, that I think FF14, a great game, its biggest problem is it is so new player unfriendly. And I think that this kind of a class thing would be great. But anyways, sorry. So I'm going to way off topic. Class trial. Pluses. Yay. Let's go delete this character. So we can't really... So the character's kind of locked, and there's certain things it can't do because it's stuck in class trial mode. Obviously, we're going to go and just, like I said, delete this character. Get out of here. Get out of my... Boom. Boom. Gone. Nuked. Yeah, it's also worth noting WoW has a good...
I don't have enough gold.
When did Pandaria come out? Real quick.
Oh.
Sis, what do you want for lunch?
Food?
Pick something.
I don't know.
When did Pandaria come out? For real. Someone look that up, please. 2012. So WoW had an 8-year head start on FF14. That's the other reason I don't really like to directly compare the two. Because remember, ARR came out during Pandaria. A lot of people tend to forget that parallel. And remember, Pandaria, by most accounts, is when WoW really found itself. And that's when ARR, you know, at launch 2.0 launched, right? You gotta understand, WoW just has a head start. I have to also point out, in the interest of fairness and honesty, FF14 has also been improving its core systems every expansion. It's one of the reasons why I had to go back during the previous run earlier this year for the Patchwalker and really reorganize my notes on FF14 because I could tell we were going to be going back and removing negatives. And hey, we removed several negatives last week. Go figure. So, Dragonflight was a sea change for WoW, and a good one. Let me explain something super quick here. There's two concepts which I've referred to before. Yes, Loke. One of those is... Yeah, exactly, Rex. One of those is the Shadowlands dip, and the other one is the Dragonflight bump, okay? So, the Shadowlands dip was a phenomenon. We'll talk about it in more depth later, but all you need to know right now is BFA and Shadowlands back-to-back made more players than usual leave WoW. And a lot of them migrated either to Guild Wars 2 or FF14 were the two big things. There were a few others that got them, but those two were the big gainers there. In fact, the Shadowlands dip, this is not a joke, saved Guild Wars 2. No joke. I'll talk about that someday. But what you have to understand is how impressive Dragonflight was. It was the first time since BC that during an expansion, sub figures actually started going up. If you look at every... Yeah, no kidding. I spit a lot of venom at Classic, but to be clear, Classic saved WoW during the dip. So an expansion comes out and there's a big upswing in players, and then over the expansion, people slowly bleed out. That's normal, right? That's true for every MMO. The idea of having a bump up of players mid-expansion is practically unheard of, and usually requires some kind of weird specific thing to make happen. Dragonflight had a bump. Players actually went up during Dragonflight. And it's kind of crazy to think about because of how rare that is in general. Never mind from this. And yeah, this is actually from Blizz itself. This is the chart I'm thinking of right there. An actual, honest-to-God bump in players. That's crazy to think about.
When what?
During Dragonflight.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they also had lost a lot.
Well, so this is just from Legion over on the left over to Dragonflight, but you'll notice that BFA hit and numbers went down, which is normal. Mm-hmm. Classic pulled them up, and then there was a little bit of a wonkiness. Then Shadowlands came out, and the Shadowlands dip plummeted down. And just this is the Shadowlands dip I've referred to many times. This is when a lot of people bailed on WoW, including me, by the way.
And me.
Yeah, we all kind of left.
I left before that. I left before Classic.
Yeah.
before BFA.
Yeah, that's over. That's
before
over
Legion.
Here. No, yeah, you left in Warlords. I'm almost positive.
Yeah, I left in Warlords.
Yeah. And then over here, right about when Amir Drasul came out, subs actually started going up.
And that's where I came back. That's me.
I mean, I wasn't expecting to like Dragonfly. Anyways, so that's our character creator. Like I said, it's decent. It's not actually great, but again, it doesn't really need to be. I didn't finish my sentence because you look at my Tauren right now. Do you see this guy?
Yeah.
Now, for fun, can anyone tell me which aspects of my character were something that I customized in the character creator that are currently visible on my Tauren?
Horns.
So, yes, my sister is correct. The fur color and the horns, that's it. You probably couldn't even tell those are horns, but actually those horns up there, those are actually mine. I just design. I like to, for my Tauren, I like to get helmets that complement the horns, so you can't even tell I've got the horns. But that's it. Horns and feet. This is why I'm not... Sure. This is why I'm not super bothered by the fact that your cosmetics aren't super in-depth in this game. This is actually Druid. I'm very fond of this outfit. Several of this is Amir Drasul gear. Oh god, they upped the Transmog game so good in Dragonflight. Now, some of these other characters, you can see more of that. Like, for example, Frozen over here, a lot more of that. So skin color, hair color, which specific face I have on, and my eye color. So a few more pieces there. And yeah, hang on. This is important. Huthor is right. Remember, and I showed this off earlier, you can show or hide every piece of gear. All of it. So if you really find... Excuse me, except the weapons and offhand. That is true. So if you want to run around buck naked, or just with clothes, or just with like a shirt, you can do that. And that way you can show off more of your character, if you actually want to. I should mention, also, and again, we'll actually talk about this more later, but the Evoker customization, way more. Look at all these options. Look at all these options.
Well, any of the characters that you have, like, you also have all of those options that cut through.
That's true.
Any of your ones that alternate back and forth.
But Drakthir have slightly more, and there's actually a specific reason why. I find this funny. Because Drakthir don't show all their armor.
When they're in dragon form.
When they're in dragon form, when they're in their natural form. So in other words, Drakthir needs more cosmetics to accomplish the fact that I think it's like shoulders, chest piece, and belt, I want to say. Someone help me out here. It might be helmet. But if you've ever wondered why in Dragonflight you get a set and it's only 3 items, it's because it was designed for Drakthir. Because those are the only pieces that they show. So way, 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 way more customization options because they lean on the customization rather than the gear. So if you're interested in that, that's an option. Oh, and of course, then you change your visage.
And it's noteworthy that Worgen don't show like anything.
Yeah, Worgen. So yeah, let's switch back to Worgen. Worgen are super badass, by the way. I love how Worgen look. But you'll notice we get all kinds of customization, and then we get all kinds of human customization. But Worgen wear all of that armor. So as you can see, the only thing visible in my customization is hair, face, beard.
Yeah.
And you could cover that with a helmet.
That too.
Let's see.
I still haven't unlocked like any of the Earthen. Not the Earthen.
I haven't.
The Alliance secondary. And I haven't finished the Earthen quest either.
I haven't finished Earthen, as you can see right there. You can't cover your feet, that's true. So several classes actually have the feet thing where you can't have boots on. He actually does have boots there, but like for example, Draenei. Nope, that's not a Draenei.
Other side.
I guess they are both over here. My bad. So Draenei, they've got hooves.
Yep.
So
it's Draenei don't. Either of the Draenei.
Mechanomes don't.
Mechanomes don't.
Yep.
Volpera don't.
Do Volpera don't?
Volpera don't.
Oh wow, they don't. You're right.
Trolls.
Yep, I forgot about trolls.
Yeah, trolls. Pandaren.
And come on, switch gender. There we go. Yeah, Pandaren.
Yep. And I think you can only see the boots. Well, yeah, no. Tauren.
I thought we already mentioned Tauren, but yeah, Taurens are hooves.
Yeah.
Just like the other hooves. I think that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's it.
Undead are a little bit different in that
their toes come out.
Yeah, their toes come out and their claws come out, but they can wear
It's
boots.
the same way.
And
gloves. Volpera gloves. Your fingers come out.
Yeah.
And yeah, Drakthir don't, but that's because they don't wear anything.
Yeah, no, they're just their own thing. Don't worry about them. Don't worry about them.
A sandwich.
Yeah, I do want a sandwich.
It's a sandwich place.
I'm
gonna eat mine later.
Okay. I'm gonna be that now. So yeah.
Then you need to order yours.
I know. I'm just trying to remember. I was in the middle of there was one last thing I wanted to do before I chopped it. What am I missing other than actually making my Draenei? Because obviously I haven't done that yet.
I thought you had already done that.
No, I actually specifically didn't make my Draenei or my Blood Elf because they were the first characters I could create, so I could show off character creation. All the others are pre-baked and ready to go. Draenei. They're over here somewhere. There they are. Draenei, female warrior.
Do the Lightforged Draenei start in the Draenei starter zone?
Nope.
Oh.
Yeah, they do their own starter thing. Oh, that was it.
What?
I wanted to show off gear update. So, I don't know what exactly triggers this, but yeah, shut up. But I think if you've not logged into a character for a while, it'll be like, hey, and that gear update thing will pop up on the left there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Need some help getting caught up on Azeroth? Dive into your latest adventure well equipped. New gear and bags, cleans up your quest log, and teleports you to the home city. And I'll do this on Belzar, because who cares, right? So you pick your spec. I do want to stay in demonology. And update. Go ahead, and it gives you a separate option. Do you want to clear your quest or keep your quest? I'm going to keep my quest because I don't know what I have. And yes, I'm ready to update, and it's going to take a second, and it's actually already done because it's level 10. And all of my extra stuff has been mailed to me, and now I can log in.
And you've got new gear on that's been set to your current level.
Yep. Notice that, by the way, current level. So it's always relevant to where you're at right now.
Yeah.
It is a great comeback feature. And it's also, remember, so WoW has always been alt-heavy. It's shut up, Abyssian. It's actually, if you could even believe this, it's gotten more alt heavy. It's gotten more pro alt.
I like how garbage your UE is right now.
That's because my add-ons are all on.
I know.
So none of them are set. So it's just there we go.
Turn them all off.
There we go.
And this is what it looks like by default.
And so it'll pop you in. It would probably give you a quest to go to Dragonflight because that is the default new starting experience right now. We talked about that. And yeah, there it is. Notice it does screw with your hotbar. It also puts down your Warbound abilities down here, including your Warbound bank.
Take a map. Make all your maps look the same.
Yep. So for example, to explain what that means really quick. I've never been here, so none of the maps filled out. But if I hit this button, and then it's going to take a second. Hey, I suddenly know where all the stuff is in Moldor.
Except that.
Except Thunder Bluff for some reason. Oh yeah, also all of your old stuff is still there. It's just in the.
And now you're going to be spammed with achievements for a minute.
Yeah, that's going to happen for a minute. Let me drag this out here so I can mount. Oh yeah, by the way, X-wing, deliberate reference if you're wondering.
Very cute. I want to make a spider.
I don't remember where I got this. Oh no, this is Mechagon, the mythic we were doing, I think.
I don't have that one.
I think because we didn't finish it. But anyways, yeah, so here's all of the stuff that was in my inventory and that I had equipped. So all of my old stuff is still there. It's just mailed to me.
And you can just hit open all and it will pull all of that shit out.
Sorry. Thank you for pointing that out. Open all.
Wait.
Done.
It is noteworthy that this is a leveling thing. You cannot just log out of your max level character for 3 months and come back and get current season gear.
Having said that, they always have catch-up mechanics. In fact, the 0.07 patch that's coming in a month has a new gear catch-up mechanic. And I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong on this, that you can do that if you were 1 level below max.
I don't know. I don't have any 79s.
I don't either, but I could check. I just not logged into Noxates for a while.
But also, level 79 gear is not current season level 80 gear.
That's true. So it still weeks. Anyways, so yeah, that's the gear thing, and that's an awesome, hey, come back. So, gear update for idle characters. And I'll figure out what category to put that in later. Okay, that was the last thing I want to do. Now I'm going to chop off. We're going to go do lunch. And when I come back, we're going to start actually doing freaking content.